Georgia with the wind and the heat. Looks like Purdue in second place. The second race is already on the water, Heat 2 of the Women's Novice Sport Club. The races are running on 8-minute centers. That'll make this a very exciting day. We've got racing, except for a short lunch break, all the way through till the dinner hour. So there's the top three finishes so far. Sewanee in lane 1 in first place, 8:39.218. I was wrong when I thought that was UGA before. Purdue in lane 2 in second place in 8:55. And Georgia in lane 3. Georgia was in lane 2, finishing at 9:25. 45-44. The Tech restriction following up at 9:21. Texas A&M, Virginia Tech in third and fourth place. Georgia Tech in fifth, and NC State sixth. Emory in sixth. Country. Speaking to Sam Dempsey, the head official yesterday, he agrees with that. 2,000 meters, beautiful water. It's protected on each end by a dam. One of my favorite places to coach and to row. It's a great place for the spectators. Lots of parents here today. Lots of Parents Club tents. And just general spectators that are out to see great racing. So the men's novice 4, in lane 3 we've got Alabama, lane 4 we've got Embry-Riddle, lane 5 we've got Purdue B, and in lane 6 we've got UGA. So Georgia in lane 6. Right now it looks like Purdue B is in the lead. Tough to tell from the finish line here. They're just about rolling up to the 500 meters to go, or the 1,500 meter mark. In second place might be Embry-Riddle. Third place, Alabama. It looks like Georgia is bringing up the back end of the pack there. Looks like we've got some of our video problems taken care of. So there's a shot down the course. Purdue in the lead. They're just about into the orange buoys. It's definitely Purdue B in the lead with Embry-Riddle in second. Alabama, looks like they're trying to make a move here on Embry-Riddle to come up into second place. Purdue has a solid lead, though. A little bit, about half a length open water, probably on Embry-Riddle. Now into the red buoys. So that's the last 250 meters of the race. Purdue's been about a solid 33.5 stroke rate most of the way down the course. Now they're at about a 35 as Embry-Riddle starts to make a push at the end. Purdue still holding just a slight open water lead, though, on Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle still has about a length up on Georgia. And that will be the finish order for this heat, as Purdue B will come into view at the finish line view. And then Embry-Riddle. And then Georgia. That's Alabama, beg your pardon. There's a view of the finish line and the 2,000 meter marker. So there's our finish. Top 3 will advance to the semifinals. And 4th place will go to the C final. Next race is on the water. It's another novice men's 4 heat. Again, top 3 advance to the semis, plus the next 3 fastest times between the semis. There are 3 semis in this race. So that will fill out the 12 boats of the 2 semifinals. So in our event 4 here, in lane 2, we have Tulane. In lane 3, Texas A&M. Lane 4, Texas. Lane 5, Fordham. Lane 6, the rowing club at NC State. Having Texas and Texas A&M in 2 lanes right next to each other, that's a blood feud, just like between Alabama and Auburn or Ohio State and Michigan. They're very serious about that rivalry in Texas between the Aggies in College Station and the Longhorns in Austin. That's a view of Texas and Texas A&M. So you got Texas in the foreground with the star on the end of their oars, and Texas A&M bringing up just behind them. They're into the second 500, heading up to the 1,000-meter mark. Looks like Texas has a pretty solid lead here. Great conditions today. High temperature is going to be around 85. We've got mixed clouds. There's a weather front moving in tonight. Tomorrow the conditions will be quite a bit different. I think the start time temperature is set to be 45 degrees compared to the lovely 58, 60 degrees that it was this morning. So a good view of Texas here from the side. They've got a solid lead, up and looking strong. I may have that incorrect. Fordham may actually be ahead of Texas now that I can see. Yes, that is Fordham. So Fordham is in the lead, about a half-length open water on Texas. Nope, that's Tulane. There's a nice overhead shot of Tulane and Texas, way out in the lead against the rest of the field there. Tight race between Tulane and Texas right now. And only about half a length up. Texas is making a move as they roll through the 1,000, heading toward the 500, last 500 to go, or the 1,500-meter mark. So 38 strokes a minute right now for Texas. And 36 strokes a minute for Tulane. Texas making a very strong move right now. It's going to be a tight race. Texas might just be taking the lead as they enter the red buoys. Texas does have the lead. Will they be able to hold on, though? Tulane's been understroking them just slightly. But it looks like Tulane might not have it to bring it back. So we'll see. Nope, Tulane's starting to push back a little bit. Excellent race here between these two boats. It's going to be a tight one. Just about 2 seats up for Texas. It's going to be a photo finish. And it looks like Texas got it by about a quarter of a length. We'll see what the photo finish looks like. But that was a very nice race between those two boats. Tight race between third and fourth here. That would be Texas A&M and no, that's NC State and Tulane. Or NC State and Texas A&M. And then Tulane in lane 5. There's your finish order for the second heat of the men's novice 4. Texas and Tulane and Fordham advancing to the semifinal. Possibly Texas A&M, being as close as they were, could be in the next 3 fastest times to also go to the semifinal. We'll see how the rest of the event shakes out. We have one more that's on the water already. The men's novice 4 third heat is started and underway, and they are about 4 minutes into that race, I believe. So they should be just somewhere around the 700-meter mark, maybe the 500-meter mark. And from the looks of it, we've got lane 2. All right, it looks like Vanderbilt is out in the lead. They're in lane 3, followed by Purdue. Nope, that's not Purdue. That is Jacksonville. So Vanderbilt and Jacksonville in the lead. Looks like Notre Dame might be in 3rd place, Purdue in 4th, and Tennessee in 5th place. From right to left, we've got Notre Dame in lane 2, Vanderbilt in lane 3, Purdue in lane 4, Jacksonville in lane 5, and Tennessee in lane 6. Solid lead here by Vanderbilt. A couple of lengths open water on Jacksonville. There's your leaders. There's the, so you can get a good view here of the coxswain riding in the front of the 4. Different from how the 8s are set up, where the coxswain rides in the back. Putting the coxswain up in the bow and actually laying down there is a better sort of physics position for distributing the weight in the boat. Also cuts down on drag a little bit. So Vanderbilt, your winner of this heat. Followed by Jacksonville. Notre Dame taking 3rd. With Purdue just about ready to cross. And then Tennessee in lane 6, just coming up to the finish line now. So your top 3, Vanderbilt, Jacksonville, and Notre Dame, will all advance to the semifinals. We'll see how the timing goes. This is a pretty fast heat. Not sure how it looked for the rest of them, but I think Vanderbilt might actually have the fastest heat of the day for this event. So there you are, top 3, Vanderbilt, Jacksonville, and Notre Dame will head to the semifinals, and then perhaps Purdue, then Tennessee probably will be in the C final. So that completes the men's novice 4 heats. Next up are the women's novice 8, and this will be a mix of the club open and the second novice 8s. They're all in the same event. And it looks like we have 2 heats for this. So the top 2 and the next 2 fastest times will go to the A final. And when I say the next 2 fastest times, that will be from both of the heats. And then the rest to the B final. It looks like they'll probably be able to pull the top finishers out for each of the events, the open, the club, and the second novice 8s out of the finish orders for these races. So there's 4 boats in this race. In lane 2, we've got Clemson's B, so that would be their second novice 8. Georgia Tech, and that would be a club. Kansas State women, they would be in the open event. And Clemson, probably in the open event as well. Great shot up the course. You can see the restaurant where the start docks are. You'll often see people sitting at the restaurant out on the deck and watching the starts of the races. Starts of the races are always very exciting, especially with the eights. A lot of dynamic action happening up there. Looks like we've got a little bit of steering problem in lane 4. That might be bad enough that they've got a fouled fin or a broken fin or some other problems. We'll see how that goes. The lanes are typically about 16 meters wide. Looks like they're straightened out now. So the way these boats are set up, there's a fin that's about the size of half of a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, and it's usually shaped in some sort of upside down shark fin shape. Then you've got what amounts to something about the size of a credit card as a rudder. If anything happens to those, you can have problems where you can't steer the boat straight. In fact, that happened at the Connect Cup last week. There was a boat that should have been finished very high in the order, but they had steering problems because they had a fouled fin or a broken fin. And it's very hard to steer the boat straight if either of those things are fouled. So good shot of what might be the leader.
Yes, the leader.
Thank you. So I think that's Clemson and Kansas State in lane 4 and in lane 5.
Yeah.
Kansas State the leader in lane 5 with about half a length of open water. I take that back. That is Clemson in lane 5. Half a length open water on Kansas State. I believe that is Clemson's varsity women's team. So this is an event where you have the opportunity for varsity programs to race with club programs, even in the same events. In the next heat, we'll have Purdue, which is racing in the club, but Purdue's varsity women, even though it is a club, will be racing in the open women's race. With the separation of the NCAA for the women and what's happening on the men's side with the IRA League, there are fewer and fewer opportunities for varsity programs with scholarships to race club programs. But this is one of those races, and I'm very happy to see that we can still do that. So Clemson, solid lead on second place Kansas State. Kansas State's still looking like it's dealing with some steering issues, so they may actually have a stick or seaweed or something on their skeg. But they are in a solid second place here with Georgia Tech and Clemson B about 3 or 4 lengths open water behind, but in a pretty tight race. .34 strokes a minute for your leaders, Clemson. And 35.5 for Kansas State. So for a coxswain's perspective, sitting in the back of the boat like that, they've got the lane that's about 16 meters wide, and their goal would be to try and keep themselves equidistant between the two sets of buoys. You can see the lanes here. It's tough to teach the coxswains to not oversteer, even though that credit card-sized rudder, you would think intuitively doesn't have a lot of ability to put action on the boat. It really does. So you want the coxswains to steer as few times as possible, and only when the blades are in the water, because the rudder can actually affect the set of the boat. So teaching coxswains not to oversteer is a tough thing, especially in their first couple of years of doing this. They get much better at it as time goes on. then you've also got, you can have rowers that might miss a stroke, so the power's a little bit different on the side, and that can affect the steering of the boat as well. So novice rowing is great. There's all sorts of things that the rowers and the coxswains have to deal with and learn before they move up into the upper classes and the varsity and the 2V races. But, everybody's got to start someplace, and I remember when I was coaching, and you start with a bunch of kids who've never been in a boat before, and you've got to teach them to be able to race by the end of the year and race at a pretty high level. So you had football players, basketball players, volleyball players, and teach them a sport that's entirely different and puts them in a situation where you've got a lot of stimuli that you're dealing with. Good view of Clemson there as they cross the finish line for the win. Kansas State hitting second. So depending on how all these things work out, and with the way that the progression is set up from this, and the fact that 3 events are combined into one, they will either go to the A or the B final. But you could still have, if all the second novice boats are rowing in the B final, then that will be where the gold medal for the second novice 8 is, et cetera, with the clubs. So there are just few entries in this. Many of the NCAA programs no longer have novice or freshman boats. That's something that has gone away, unfortunately. So you'll have your top freshman or novice up in the actual varsity boats. In the NCAA side or the women's side, you'll have a varsity 1-8, a varsity 2-8, a varsity 3-8, and usually a varsity 1 and 2-4. And they do not have separate freshman novice events at the NCAA races. And that's, as a former novice coach before I started coaching varsity, it's kind of a sad thing to see, because you like to have the freshman and novice develop class esprit de corps, so to speak. But this isn't a place for, saying that back in my day, rowing was so much better. Rowing's still exciting. I still love the sport. It's the greatest sport out there, and still probably one of the few that is sort of pure and not corrupted by NIL money and all of the other crazy things that are out there. So there's your finish order again. Clemson, Kansas State. Georgia Tech will definitely be at the top end of the clubs. The second event, the second heat in this race, the women's novice 8, is on the water. Start time for that was 8:42. Looks like we're running a couple of minutes behind here, but not too bad. So we've got High Point in lane 2, Georgia in lane 3. High Point is a varsity program, I believe. Georgia is a club. Purdue is racing in the club level, and Liberty College is racing in the club level. Or Liberty University, apologize for you Liberty folks. So we have Purdue in lane 4 in the lead, followed by Liberty, then Georgia, and then High Point. I believe if I heard correctly, that this is the first year for High Point's program. It's the first or second year, so you've got a lot of folks that are just learning how to row. Looks like Purdue is also having some steering problems there in lane 4. Must be something about the water in lane 4. Goodness. So they can get to the point where you have, if your oars are over the buoy line, that can technically be interference. But since Purdue was over the buoy line into lane 3, that will probably not cause a problem where Georgia could protest. But the Purdue coxswain certainly needs to stay in the center of the lane or do a better job. Who knows? There might be some seaweed up under the stake boats in lane 4, and they're picking that up. And even a couple of strands of seaweed can really wreak havoc on the steering of those eights. The eights are 60 feet long, generally weigh about 200, 205 pounds, made of carbon fiber. The riggers now have gone into many are what's called a wing, where you've got a structure that goes across the boat. The oar locks out on the end. The oars that the rowers hold are generally about 12 and a half feet long. They can vary the size of the blades. They can vary the shape of the blades. You can adjust the length of the oar. You can adjust the amount of the oar that's inside the pin or the fulcrum. So there's all sorts of games that coaches can play, and coaches like to tinker with what we call the rigging. So that would be, how far out of the middle of the boat the pins are, how long the oars are, so the inboard, those sorts of things. So if you have a coach who really likes to nerd out, they can go crazy with that sort of thing. Solid lead by Purdue here, a couple lengths open water on Liberty. And then Georgia in third place, and High Point several lengths back from there. Good look from the ladies at Purdue there. Looks like the coxswain's wearing a GoPro. So you may see, maybe you'll see this race up on YouTube from the coxswain's perspective. I'm sure there's a lot of examples of that out there, so you can get many examples of what it's like to cox a boat. Sitting in the coxswain seat, you've got 8 rowers doing what they're supposed to be doing, the same thing, but they often aren't. That's a lot of what the coxswain's job is, to be the coach on the water. Yeah, it looks like the Purdue coxswain's looking back at her rudder, so there may be some steering problems there. So Purdue with the win in this heat. Liberty in second place. Looks like Georgia is actually falling out of the race, and they're off to the side of the course right now. Now they're heading back to the finish line. They didn't finish the race. That they're heading back onto the course, and they're going to do it. They probably have to do that. So we have High Point actually hitting third place, and Georgia now rowing from a complete stop is heading across the finish line. So they'll be able to row in the finals then. Yeah, there's some definite steering problems there. So something fouled their rudder or broke their fin. So now Georgia has crossed the finish line. You can see they were coming across at a pretty solid angle there. So they're having some issues, but now they'll be able to row in the finals at least because they finished the race. So the next race is on the water. This is the men's novice 8 and second novice 8. Again, the events are combined. There is no open and club level on the men's side. We have a 6-boat race here in lane 1 from right to left. High Point University, lane 2, Virginia Rowing Association, lane 3, Alabama, lane 4, Purdue, lane 5, Georgia Tech, and lane 6, Fordham. Lots of good competition here. The Purdue and Virginia boats follow each other on social media, so there's always a lot of fun back and forth to watch there. Looks like Purdue's in a solid lead.
Okay, in the meantime, this next race is the men's novice eights, the 840.
Clouds are playing a little bit of havoc on the cameras and the light balancing. Nice shot of the rowing, though. There's your leaders from Purdue. Something you can watch here is watch the blade work. Look at all the blades, whether they're in and out of the water at the same time. If they're hitting the water and grabbing hold. When you're rowing, you're in a boat that's moving on the water. You can imagine getting the oar in the water and grabbing hold is a lot like maybe riding a skateboard and kicking on a skateboard when you're moving pretty fast. You got to get your foot to connect with the street to keep the board moving. Similar has to happen here, except the street doesn't move and the water will. So you've got to get the blade in and locked on until it actually stops moving in the water, and then you move the pin. So that's the physics of how all of this works. It's a Class 1 lever for those of you who want to nerd out to the mechanics of this. Class 1 lever until the blade locks in the water, and then it's a Class 2 lever where the fulcrum is then the blade. So Purdue rolling up to the finish line here. They're in the red buoys. Alabama in second place, I believe. Virginia in possibly third, followed by Georgia Tech. Big move here coming at the end of the race from Fordham, working their way up into third. So all will go to the semifinals here. It'll be loaded by the heat winner and fastest times. Generally, the heat winners will go in the center of the field, so in lanes 3 and 4, and then the times will get slower to the outside. So they're putting together kind of a chevron. So Purdue with the win at 6:22, Alabama at 6:30, Fordham in third place with 6:39, Georgia Tech 6:40, Virginia 6:43. There is a possibility here with all the boats going to the semis that you may have had some boats not give their best speed. So we may not have seen the top gear from some of these boats because they all know that they're advancing to the semis. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the semis this afternoon. We might see some different speed from some folks. But right now, Purdue's solidly in first place in all of this at 6:22. We may see, depending on conditions, in the semis and the finals, that the times might be 10, maybe 15 seconds faster than that. But hard to say right now with all the boats going to the semifinals. So the second novice eights will be denoted by the B. That was Virginia's B boat, second novice eight there. So the Virginia's first novice eight will be in the next race. That'll be how that was seeded. And they'll be racing against Purdue's second novice eight. So they'll have Virginia's first novice eight racing against Purdue's second novice eight. And we had the flip of that in this event. So the second heat is on the water. Looks like they're about up to the 700-meter mark. Good view there with Virginia solidly in the lead, so it's an inverse of what the last race was. Purdue B, though, the second novice eight from Purdue, is in second place. So from right to left, we've got the North Carolina men in lane 1, Rollins College in lane 2, Purdue B, the second novice 8 in lane 3, Virginia Rowing Association in lane 4, so that is their A boat. Virginia Tech is in lane 5, and Georgia is in lane 6. Virginia Tech and Georgia trailing the rest of the field. Top 3 places right now are Virginia, Purdue, and Rollins, with North Carolina in 4th. Great view here for this race. As you can watch, you can see the difference in the number of times that the blades get in the water, so you can start to compare as we go along the adventure of sort of learning rowing together. Virginia is at about a 35 stroke per minute stroke rate. And Purdue's about a 36, but Purdue is in contact. That speaks to the depth of the Purdue program, that they've got a second novice 8 that is hanging tough with Virginia's top novice 8. But again, there's a lot of fun rivalry between those two programs. They smack talk each other a little bit on Instagram. I think that's really the biggest social media that they use. But it's all in fun. These are two storied programs from the SIRA League, both founders, both members of the SIRA. The Southern Intercollegiate Rowing Association has members, and then they have guests to come to this race. Like Fordham in New York is not a member of the SIRA, but they come to this race. But Virginia and Purdue, long history there. It's good fun between those two programs. A lot of other connections there between the two teams. The head coach at Purdue, Jack Helmanson, was a Virginia rower. The former head coach a very long time ago of Purdue, Kevin Sauer, actually built the Virginia Rowing Club up to a totally different level, and then was in preparation for getting ready to take the women to the varsity status. They were one of the early teams that became a varsity program. So you had Kevin Sauer going from Purdue to Virginia. There's Virginia crossing the line. A couple lengths open water on Purdue. Kevin Sauer went from Purdue to Virginia. Jack Helmanson's gone from Virginia to Purdue. And now continuing on with that, they've got one of the former rowers from Purdue, Ian Jenkins, now, and a volunteer assistant coach at he was at Purdue, now he's at Virginia. So the great connection between those programs. So Rollins comes in third at 6:33. You can see the Virginia time at 6:12 was about 8 seconds faster than the Purdue A boat. So I think we'll see some great racing in the semifinals. But this talks a little bit about how the event was set up. Purdue didn't really have to show their top gear to win that last race. So I think, like I said, we'll see a much different race in the semis when they try to pick the lanes in the finals for tomorrow. So UNC bringing in at 4th and Georgia in 5th. All right, the next event is on the water, women's second varsity 8. We've mixed the club and the open together. We'll get a shot here, looking down the course there. We've got that from right to left. We've got Duquesne University, and they're racing in the open. William & Mary is a club. They're racing in lane 2. Vanderbilt's club is in lane 3. Louisville women, lane 4, so they will be racing in the open. Purdue racing in the open. So like I said, Purdue has boats in the club races. They've got boats in the open races. So Purdue's JV women are in the open. And lane 6, we have the Louisville JV women. That would be probably the third varsity 8 because there's no third varsity 8 event. So the Louisville thirds varsity 8 is probably that Louisville women B in lane 6. Looks like lane 4, Vanderbilt's got a good lead right now. And it might be Louisville B. And Louisville B might be in third. I think Duquesne might be in second place. Yeah, Duquesne's definitely in second. They've got about half a length on Louisville B. But Purdue and no, Purdue is in lane 2. I think they're pretty far. No, Purdue's in lane 5. Looks like Purdue and lane 1, Duquesne. Boy, it's really hard, in a number of the lanes from right to left. I'm telling you. But I can say that lane 4 is in the lead, so we got that going for us. The Louisville women there. So Louisville's third varsity is probably in third place, and I believe Duquesne might be in second. Duquesne has now taken the lead on the Louisville third varsity, or the Louisville B boat. They've got about a third of a length up. Louisville A definitely comfortably in the lead here, though. They're across the 1,000, heading to the 1,500 meter mark. 36.5 strokes a minute for the Louisville boat. From a coaching perspective, you want to row your race plan, but if you've got several lengths of open water like this, do you need to continue rowing at 36.5 strokes per minute when you could maybe lengthen out a little bit, drop your stroke rate down, save a little bit of energy for the later races? There's all sorts of different philosophies on how you do such a thing. Coxswains have a lot of that call on what they want to do. But solid rowing here from the JV and the third varsity ladies. We're across the 1,500 now. And heading into the red buoys, the last 250 meters of the race. Interesting perspective from the camera we've got there. Looks like those boats are almost in contact, but because they're 3 or 4 lanes away from each other, there's quite a bit of open water between the two of them. So you can see that now Louisville way out in front. This late in the race, the lactic acid tax man has already come to call. And you can see that in the posture of the rowers. Everybody's tired. Legs are burning. Lungs are on fire. Just pushing it through the finish line, digging in. So Louisville takes the first place in this heat. And that looks like the second Louisville boat. So that would be the 3V. Oh, sorry, that's Duquesne. There's the second Louisville boat. Purdue brings it in fourth. Vandy in fifth. All right. So the next heat is on the water. In this one, we've got Tulane in lane one, again from right to left, and I'll keep reminding myself of that as I tell you. So Tulane's in lane one, the University of Dayton in lane two, Stetson in lane three, Kansas State in lane four, Florida in lane five, Jacksonville in lane six. So it looks like Florida is the only club boat in this event. All the rest are in the open events. Dayton, and I'm pretty sure Stetson, I know Kansas State and Jacksonville are all varsity NCAA programs with scholarships and everything else. Tulane might be too, but I don't want to say one way or the other for sure because I'm not positive of that. But the only club level boat racing in this is the University of Florida. Looks like Jacksonville is in the lead here in lane six, with Kansas State and Stetson in second and third. Florida's back in lane five. Jacksonville solidly out in front of the rest of the group. .36.5 strokes for the leaders in Jacksonville. Might be, I think that's lane three. That would be Stetson is in second. And then Dayton, I think, is in third. So there's a good view of the Kansas State women from Manhattan, Kansas, not to be confused with the Jayhawks. Solid performance there by Kansas State. They will, as the Brits say, win easily. Solid race there for second and third place. Stetson did grab second at 7:05. About 15 seconds off the lead, 3 seconds behind them. Kansas State. Next race is on the water, the men's second varsity 8. This is all open. All of the boats will go to the semifinals, with the heat winner being in the middle. In lane 2, from right to left, we got Stetson, North Carolina in lane 3, Virginia Rowing Association in lane 4, Alabama in lane 5, and Georgia in lane 6. Nice overhead shot of the boats and looking down the course toward the finish tower. Virginia is solidly out in first place here with about a quarter of a length open water lead on UNC. No, I'm sorry, that's not UNC. Yeah, it is UNC. Third place is Stetson. And fighting it out for fourth and fifth right now, Alabama and Georgia in lane 5 and 6. So this time looking at the boats from the back, lane 1 is on the left, so we can go in proper, so to speak, level. You got Stetson on the left, UNC in second place, Virginia in first place. And lane 5 here, I think with just an edge over Georgia, Alabama, and then Georgia in lane 6 on the far right. Great view. You can see the great conditions. With the lighting, it's a little hard to see the buoys, but on a clear day, you can see the buoys all the way down to the finish line. As I was talking about before, this being one of the best venues in the country, there's a greenway, or basically a bike and sidewalk path that runs almost the entire length of the course from the starting line to about the 1,700 meter mark. Then there's the inlet for the lagoon where the boats launch and retrieve. And then there's not really a greenway path, but you can have people on the bank all the way up to the finish line tower where we are. From a coaching perspective, you can get on a bike and you can ride the first 1,700 meters of the race and watch how your teams perform and how they respond. The trouble is when you're riding in the peloton of coaches that sometimes it's not so easy to see. So you can have the odd head coach like Purdue's Dave Kusick hitting one of the yellow poles and flipping the bike over and almost taking himself out. So good thing that Coach Kusick survived that. But it can be a dangerous game, this coaching, all the coffee drinking and donut eating, running into yellow poles on bikes. From a parent's perspective, too, fantastic place to watch the rowing races. Virginia's still solidly in the lead here. .36.5 strokes a minute for Virginia, with North Carolina hot on their heels. Virginia might have a touch of open water over North Carolina. North Carolina is a program that's also shown some real speed in recent years. Actually, they've done that more than just recent years. So North Carolina is a solid program too. Stetson also a good SIRA competitor. So this is a great race going on here with the junior varsity, the second varsity to these crews. Stetson, North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, and Georgia. So it's also the SEC versus the ACC. And it looks like for this one, at least, the ACC is going to win. North Carolina does have contact now. They press back in a little bit. They're about astern with Virginia. Stetson about half a length down on North Carolina. So good solid race here. Virginia opening it up just a little bit at the end. So Virginia crossing the line first, followed by North Carolina. And then Stetson. And Alabama and Georgia will be coming into view here momentarily. So Alabama coming in fourth at 6:35, and Georgia now at 6:56. That completes that heat. The next heat is on the water. We've got FIT in lane 2. That's Florida Institute of Technology, followed by Jacksonville, Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, and Purdue's 3V. So from this view right now, FIT will be on the right in lane 2. This is a good view of the bike and pedestrian path that I was talking about before that runs right down the course. Looks like the field is pretty tight right now with lane 2. Georgia Tech and Notre Dame and Jacksonville sort of leading the pack there. But FIT is definitely in this race. It's still early, about 300 meters in. They're just now coming off of their high 20s, and they're in their settles. So the stroke rates have dropped down a little bit. It's like putting your engine in overdrive. Lead 4 boats still well in contact. Jacksonville just trailing a little bit. Sorry, that's Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech trailing a little bit. Right now, Jacksonville is in the lead with Notre Dame and FIT in contact. And then Purdue's third varsity boat also in contact with the third place boat. So Georgia Tech dropping back just a little bit. Jacksonville looking solid in the lead here as they roll through the 500. .36.5 strokes a minute for your leader, Jacksonville. .38 strokes a minute for Notre Dame. FIT in lane 2 dropping back just a little bit. Jacksonville and Notre Dame separating. Notre Dame's up about half a length on FIT. Might be more than half a length. Might be a full length. Now I think FIT still got pretty good contact there. Now through the 1,000-meter mark, halfway. FIT continuing to drop back. Jacksonville solidly in first place again. Notre Dame in second place now, with Purdue's 3V pulling up on them. So that's a great race going on there for second. A good view here, you can see the Jacksonville boat. We'll go back to that in a minute. So a good view from the side here, and we can talk about the blades locking in the water like I talked about before. So all the blades entering the water at the same time is an important thing. It's not always easy to do. You've got 8 bodies that are moving, trying to move at the same time, but lots of different things that have to change. The set of the boat may be rocking just a little bit, and that can make things a little challenging to make sure you're hitting everything right. Purdue still in good solid contact and hanging with Notre Dame. All boats advance to the semifinals again. So there's always a question mark of if we're seeing people's top gears. With this being Notre Dame's JV boat and Purdue's third varsity, hard to say. I think we are probably seeing, if not the top gear, near the top gear for those boats because Notre Dame will want to stay ahead of Purdue's 3V. But this is the depth again of the Purdue program. I think they've got 4 varsity men's eights, maybe four varsity men's eights and some change. And the women's side, they're not quite that deep, but also have very good depth. Jacksonville, a varsity program, I believe, for both the men and the women.
Okay, first boats are entering the chute. Flag is up. Watches are clear.
We're across the 500, heading into the last 250.
5 boats. Bow numbers.
Notre Dame is a club sport, Purdue club sport.
Currently looks like 3, 4.
Notre Dame's been historically a pretty fast program as well. Notre Dame and Purdue with an in-state rivalry here. Notre Dame trying to move back on Jacksonville some. Not quite in contact, a little bit of open water in between the boats. Notre Dame separating themselves from Purdue's 3V. But that'll be your finish order. Jacksonville, Notre Dame, and Purdue's 3V. Followed by FIT. And there's Georgia Tech in the red buoys. We've got one more heat, the men's second varsity. That'll be a 4-boat race. Now Georgia Tech crossing.
All boats across.
Oh, looks like we've caught the racing schedule up. Not quite 9:30 yet, or it is 9:30. The next race is supposed to start at 9:31. It does look like they're off, so they are maybe a minute ahead of time. 4 boats in this race from right to left. Clemson in lane 2, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in lane 3, Purdue lane 4, Virginia Tech in lane 5. Purdue edging out to about a half a length lead on the field here early on. Good view down toward the starting line in the restaurant here. Drone pilot's doing a great job once again.
9:31 race. This one only has 4 boats. Bow numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Purdue separating themselves from the field. Should be just coming up to the first 500-meter mark. Clemson dropping back some. Purdue in a pretty good race with Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle's speed has come on quite a bit in the last couple of years. Another place that Embry-Riddle and Purdue compete is in academics for aviation technology. 2 of the top 5, or if not the top 2, aviation technology programs in the nation. And they change places on occasion. I think Embry-Riddle is ranked number 1 right now, but here Purdue is beating them on the water. About a length, half a length open for Purdue in lane 4 on Embry-Riddle, but Embry-Riddle holding well. .35.5 strokes a minute for Purdue. And about 35.5 strokes for Embry-Riddle. Clemson and Virginia Tech trailing quite a bit now. Purdue separating themselves even more. Good speed showing from Purdue. I talked to the Purdue coaches yesterday, asked them how the season was going. The message that they wanted me to pass along to everybody is they're very slow and nothing to worry about. We know that that's a prevarication, and we can see that here. Good aerial view here. You can look at some of the things I talked about before about getting the blades locked into the water. So, with the water moving, and then the fact that when you get the blade in the water itself moves. So the actual blade doesn't stop moving in the water until the pressure on the blade becomes strong enough to hold it. And that's when you can move the pin and you move the boat. So the sharpness of the catches and getting the blades in the water is important. Another thing, I talked about the skateboard analogy before and kicking on a skateboard. For those of us who may not have been old enough to really ride skateboards all that much, you certainly played with those merry-go-rounds on the playground. And once you get those things spinning, you want to be able to keep it going faster and faster and faster so that you can make your friends throw up. So you want to get your hands in there and grab the wheel as it's moving, and that's very similar to what's happening in the boat right now with these rowers. But there also may be some rowers that are trying not to throw up as well because the exertion and the effort that they're putting in. Also, another thing to look at from this perspective, you note the spacing. When bow and two put their blades in the water and you move it, you have what's called the puddle that slides down the boat. The spacing between 7 and 8's catch and bow and two's puddles as it slides back gives you an indication of the power and glide that the boat has. So we like to see at 35.5 strokes a minute what we call equal spacing, where it looks like a chain. And if you have a boat that can do equal spacing at 35.5, they're moving pretty well. So that's something that the coaches and the coxswains will watch for. I mean, there's also, the coxswains certainly have other feedback that they have just riding in the boat. So that was a shot of Embry-Riddle. In second place now, about 4 lengths down on the leader, Purdue. Purdue's now down to a 30 strokes per minute rate. They're cruising to the finish line. So this is the point where you just make sure you keep making good progress to the finish line, but you don't need to necessarily throw your sprint down or really exert yourself, because these boats will have another race to do this afternoon. That would be the semifinal, and then they'll race a third time tomorrow. The athletes train for this. This is really, becoming a year-round sport. So they start training very seriously in an organized fashion back in August when school starts. Much of August is developing an aerobic base, so doing a lot of volume, steady state rowing, steady state running, steady state pretty much anything, where you're trying to train the heart to be a better pump and the muscles to utilize oxygen a little bit better. So you're building the transport system and the utilization system. Then everybody goes home for Christmas. We hope they don't eat too many Christmas cookies and come back fat. But they come back from Christmas vacation, and then you hit the hardcore winter training. So they've trained for rowing 3 sprint races in 2 days, or sometimes even 4 sprint races in 2 days. But there are ways that you can conserve some energy. There's some drawbacks to that strategy. If you want to make sure that you know that your crew can respond in the last 500. So you may see some boats not shut down like that, but that was what Purdue likely did. So that concludes our men's second varsity 8 heats. And the finish order of that was Purdue, Embry-Riddle, Okay, next on the water is the women's varsity four, and this is the club event. So this is the top fours. In some cases, these teams do not have eights, so these are the top rowers for the clubs. Right to left, in lane 2, we've got Emory. Lane 3, Purdue. Lane 4, William and Mary. Lane 5, Vanderbilt. Lane 6, Duke. And that would be the Duke men's program that has women rowing for it, because Duke also has a women's varsity team. And Duke women are not allowed to say they row for the Duke women because they don't row for the Duke varsity team. So they row for the Duke men, but they're women. So there we can thoroughly add to the chaos and confusion. But they are members of the men's club team. Great to see them out here, though. I'm always happy to see more people participating in the sport. Right now it looks like lane 3, William and Mary is in the lead. Lane 4, lane 3, Purdue is in the lead. Lane 4, William and Mary in second place. Lane 5, that's lane 6, the Duke men in third place. There is no lane 1 in this race. Either that or I can't count. So it is William and Mary in lane 4 in the lead, not Purdue. Vanderbilt and the Duke men fighting it out for second and third. Emory and Purdue bringing up the back of the field with Purdue in the back. So Emory is in fourth place here. Great view down the course from our drone pilots. William and Mary with a solid lead right now. Definitely Duke men in second place with Vanderbilt in third. Then Emory and Purdue. I was talking to the drone pilots yesterday just about how they were getting ready for the race. And, you know, they're only about 2 or 3 inches tall, so they can fit in those drones. And that means you don't have to buy them very big coffees. But they a lot of good camaraderie there. William and Mary solidly out in front, cruising, as you would say. I don't think they've got a very high stroke rate right now. I'll let you know what that is in just a second. Yeah, 31 strokes a minute for William and Mary. Several lengths open on the rest of the field. Duke men separating themselves out into second a little bit. So the top 3 of each of these heats will go to the semifinal, and then the next 3 fastest times. So you have 3 heats. And the top 3 of each of those will make 9 boats in the 2 semifinals. So making out the 12 boats of the 2 semifinals will be the top 3 from each heat, and then the next 3 fastest times across all 3 heats. So depending on how it breaks out, you could have, those three boats come from the same heat. But we'll see how that goes. That's usually not the way this is going to work out. Nice aerial view overhead of the William and Mary boat. Harder to see the spacing in a 4. I was talking about the spacing in the 8s. The 4 already has kind of open spacing.
Okay, first boat is entering the chute. Flag is up. Watch is clear. Eyes on the line. 5 boats.
Coxswain sitting up front has a great view of the course. Can't see any of the rowers. That is a drawback of having the coxswains and the bow loaders. So they can't do any of that fine tuning with their eyes. It has to all be by feels. But it's hard to tell if 2 or 3 are rushing the slide. So a lot of that has to be up to the rowers. But having the coxswain sit down low in the boat certainly helps a lot of things, not just aerodynamics, but how the weight is distributed. William and Mary way out in front. They are coming up to the finish line now. Dukeman still in second. And Vanderbilt in third. Emory is in fourth. Purdue is in fifth. Looks like Purdue had a problem with the Cox box. We heard the coxswain very clearly yelling at the boat. So the coxswains have an amplifier and headset and speakers throughout the boat. Very difficult for a coxswain in the bow-loaded boats if the Cox box fails in the middle of the race. It's been known to happen. Speakers fail. The amplifier in the Cox box fails. Many things cause that. When you're seated up in front of the boat with the rowers behind you, though, the only way you can really communicate with them so they can all hear you is to sit up and turn around and yell at them. And it's not super efficient. But let's move on to the next heat of the Women's Varsity 4 Club. From this time, from left to right, because we're looking at them from behind, Baylor in lane 2, Liberty in lane 3, Texas A&M in lane 4, Wake Forest in lane 5, Sewanee in lane 6. Baylor and Texas A&M just down the road from each other. Baylor and Waco, Texas A&M and College Station. There's your two leaders right now, Liberty and Baylor. Baylor's got a very nice river to row on in Waco there. I think it's the Brazos River. But I've been to a couple of races there. They've got a great facility. It's right in the center of Waco. There's Liberty. Liberty from just down the road in Lynchburg. Not that, Virginia is necessarily just down the road from Tennessee, but it is sort of down the road. Sewanee hanging on tight in lane 6 here. That would be closest to us, just off the left edge of your screen now. But Baylor and Liberty. Baylor's now taking the lead from Liberty. Liberty got out fast, and it looks like they're trying to hang on. Baylor stayed more solid through the middle of the race. We're heading into the last 700 meters of the race. Baylor's now taking the lead. They've got a little bit of open water on Liberty. Then I believe Sewanee's in third, and Texas A&M and Wake Forest in fourth and fifth. Again, top three, straight to the semis, and the next three fastest times conglomerated from all three of the heats. Sun's starting to break back through the clouds a little bit here. The clouds will continue to get thicker and thicker as we get ready for the storm system to move in. Hopefully we'll have all the racing done before the rain and the storms hit. But the cold front coming behind that will make tomorrow a completely different race. The nice thing about this course, and again, one of the nice things is it has a dam at each end. Tennessee Valley Authority built dams all over the place. The Clinch River here, which is what we're on, is part of the drainage system of all of the mountains that we're in and the hills. So there hasn't been a lot of rain here in the spring because you can pick up the phone and call TVA and ask for certain water conditions. No matter what happens and how much rain they get tomorrow, we should have good slack water, so not a lot of current. That means that there won't be a current problem no matter what the cold and if there's any kind of wind. If you notice there's what looks like about a 6'2" guy in the bow seat of the boat there. He may be so tall that he can't lay down under the deck. Usually the coxswains are people of short stature that weigh about 120 pounds for the men and about 110 pounds for the women. I can pretty safely say that the coxswain in this boat is a little bigger than that. You can see his knees sticking up over the bow deck there. So not only is he too big for the seat, but he's probably carrying about 30 or 40 extra pounds. So the ladies in the Baylor boat are doing an 8-minute leg press. Probably somebody filling in for the coxswain. Maybe the coxswain couldn't make the race. This has been known to happen sometimes. Yeah, people get sick, so you need somebody to fill in. And basically, anybody can sit in the coxswain seat as long as they're an eligible athlete. But you generally want people to not weigh 180 pounds. One thing to note, though, with the coxswains, they do weigh in for the races, and any of them that are under the minimum weights for the coxswains, very much like a jockey on a horse. if they're under minimum weight, they have to carry sandbags until they meet the minimum weight. So that next race is on the water. The last heat of the Women's Club Varsity 4. Again, from right to left, because we're looking at it from down the course. Auburn in lane 2 on the right, followed by, that is South Carolina, I believe. So South Carolina, but they must not be allowed to call themselves South Carolina, so they're Gamecock. Tennessee in lane 4, Georgia Tech in lane 5, and Northwestern State from Natchitoches, Louisiana in lane 6. And it looks like Auburn right now is in the lead. Could be Georgia Tech, though. Georgia Tech might just have the edge on them in lane 5, so they would be near the top of your screen. Tight race there between those two boats. Even a tight race for the Gamecocks in lane 2. Nice spacing for those 3-4 boats there. Everybody's in contact, and I wouldn't say that Northwestern State's out of this race. They are falling behind just a little bit, though. So Auburn now edging up a little bit farther on Georgia Tech. Starting to open up that spacing just a little bit. The Gamecocks moving back up, though, fighting in for second place. And Tennessee also in the fight there. Good competitive racing going on in the first 4 places. About 3/4 of a length of a lead for Auburn right now on the second place boat, which would be Georgia Tech. With Tennessee right in there, Gamecocks also right in there. That's 3 bows across. Great view. Now the Gamecocks slipping back just a little bit as Tennessee and Georgia Tech make a move here. Another great part of this racing is you can hear the coxswains and the rowers in the boat next to you. Sometimes there'll be some chirping going on between the coxswains. Profanity may or may not be involved at times. We hope that they're all good sportsmen or sportswomen, but that may not always necessarily be the case. So there's Auburn looking strong. .31.5 strokes per minute for Auburn. Georgia Tech now pulling up solidly into second place with about a half a length lead over Tennessee. The Gamecocks from South Carolina slipping back a little bit farther. Just opening up a little bit of water between them and Tennessee as Tennessee pulls away. So now second and third place starting to separate themselves. Again, with the way this progression works, if the Gamecocks can stay in contact with the top 3 boats here, a fast time could still put them in the A and B semis. Across the 1,000. Nope, I am sorry, that is the 1,500. Get your eyes teched. Auburn definitely opening up a little more space on second place Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech now with almost a full-length lead on Tennessee. Tennessee with a full length and a little open water on the South Carolina Gamecocks. Tennessee pulling back into Georgia Tech just a little bit. Might not be enough. We're heading into the last 250. We'll see if they've got the juice. Georgia Tech responding to that move from Tennessee. And now opening up a little more space. You can see Georgia Tech has kicked their rate up some. 36 strokes a minute now for Georgia Tech as they open up open water on Tennessee. Tennessee not able to respond, so Georgia Tech moving themselves more solidly into second place. Auburn is in the red buoys with about 120 meters to go. You can see the fatigue, even though the Auburn women have had a solid lead all the way through this. You can see the fatigue. May not be full on legs burning, lungs burning sort of situation, but it's still a lot of effort that it takes to get down the course. 2,000 meters in about 7 minutes, 40 seconds. So there you go, Auburn crossing the line, and we'll have Georgia Tech coming in second. Sorry, 8.5. Tennessee then in third. So those three boats definitely advancing. Depending on how the times work out between the other two heats and this one. South Carolina could wind up in the A and B semifinal. That completes that event. Next we'll move to the Open Women's Varsity 4. There are 3 heats of this event. From right to left, we got Duquesne University in lane 2, Rollins in lane 3, Louisville in lane 4, Stetson in lane 5, and Jacksonville University. So that's their C boat, so they must have A and a B4 as well. Looking at the entries, yes, they do. So Jacksonville has 3 entries in this event. Let's take a quick look and see if they are also in the, yeah, they are definitely in the women's varsity 8. I think they were in the second varsity 8, so Jacksonville's brought a lot of people here. Yes, Jacksonville had a first and second varsity 8. So instead of rowing a third varsity 8 in their in the junior varsity race, they have a lot of 4s here. Well, you know, that's one way to do it. It actually gives you good competition. You can see how the 4s break out, but good depth on the Jacksonville program. I remember a long time ago, you know, when I was at Purdue coaching, we used to show up with 2 trailers for the men and the women, you know, 150 athletes. There was one particular year we showed up at a head race in the fall. I had 100 novice athletes, novice men, just on my own. They used to call us the Purduevian Armada. So, you know, a lot of big programs here, Purdue being one, Jacksonville being another. Jacksonville, a storied program here. Looks like the Louisville women are in first place. So Louisville in lane 4, solidly in first place. Second, third, and fourth, hard to pull it out, but I think that Rollins might be just edged up on Duquesne. Second and third, but Stetson's definitely in the race, or is that Jacksonville out in lane? That's Jacksonville out in lane 5 or 6. Yep, that is. So Stetson's actually bringing up the rear. So second, third, and fourth place are Duquesne, Rollins, and Jacksonville C. Tight race there, but the Louisville women have separated themselves from the rest of the field by quite a bit as we have them cross the 1,000, heading to the last 750. So the advancement out of this event, the top 3 of each of the I've got to look at this. Okay, so the top 3 out of each of these, and then the next 5 fastest times will go to the semis, and that would be the 5 fastest times from the 3 heats. And that would make for, if my math is correct, 14 boats, which means we must have 2 7-lane races for the semifinals. 3 times 3 is still 9, isn't it? Okay, and 9 and 5 is 14 last time I checked. So that must be 2 7-boat semis. The top 3 will definitely advance out of this to the semis, and then the next 5 fastest times from all 3 semis. Louisville's women definitely in first place here, cruising. Second, third, and fourth are still in question. It looks like Duquesne might just have an edge on Jacksonville C, but Jacksonville C is moving back up. Rollins has dropped back just a little bit, but they're still in the hunt. Anything can happen in the last 150 meters here. So Louisville crossed the finish line first, clearly. Duquesne actually making a good, solid move and pulling up into second place. And if they can hold on against Rollins' charge, look at this. Jacksonville C making a big move, and we'll have a photo finish for that one for second place between Jacksonville C and Duquesne. That was a heck of a nice finish there for both of those boats. Hopefully we'll be able to show you the photo finish on the second place. Louisville with about a 13-second lead on the rest of the field, though. Okay, so it looks like Jacksonville C did edge Duquesne out by less than 0.15 seconds. So that was a tight one. If you go to the Here Now website, you'll be able to see the photo finish. We're not going to be able to show that to you on this webcast, unfortunately. But boy, that was a nice tight race. Okay, next heat should be underway. If my eyes don't deceive me, yes, it is. So the next heat is on the water. Two minutes, 20 seconds in. Looking at it from this side, and all right. This is the view looking back up the course from down by the finish line. Beautiful perspective here with the hills and mountains and all the green, so much green. Love springtime in Tennessee. Well, there's some downside to that because there's also yellow pollen everywhere. But still, beautiful place. This gives you an interesting view as you watch the boats cross the course. The launch and retrieval docks are in the lagoon off to the left, so they're out of sight. But the boats have to cross the course to head up on the far side of the river along the bank there to move up. You're also able to see on the left-hand side all the Parents Club tents and fan tents. The Purdue Parents Club usually gets a solid presence here. They've got a great Parents Club, but all the Parents Clubs are great. From a coaching perspective, you love to have the Parents Clubs because they can take care of feeding your athletes while you're at the course, and it takes some of the burden off of the coaches. The parents can help feed the athletes during the racing day, and especially if you have boats racing heats and semis in the day, they have the ability to get something to eat before they head back to the hotel and get out of the sun or do whatever. That's usually just a great thing. So the view here we've got right now is of the second heat of the Women's Varsity 4 Open. From right to left in lane 2, we have Rollins College B, Jacksonville University in lane 3. I would assume that's Jacksonville's A boat. Kansas State women in lane 4, Duquesne in lane 5, and that would be Duquesne's A boat, and University of Tampa lightweight women in lane 6. So there are no separate lightweight women's events, at least in the varsity 4s in the SIRA this year. So the lightweights have to race with the heavyweights. I break down if it's still the same as it used to be when I was a women's coach. To be a lightweight rower, you had to be under 130 pounds. So that generally sets up how the teams break out. Tampa's had a good showing in the lightweight events in recent years. So good view here of the field. We've got Jacksonville University in the lead in lane 2, followed very closely by Duquesne in lane 5. Duquesne's making a solid move, though. It's anybody's race, and from that perspective. Kansas State in lane 4 is in third place, followed by Tampa and then Rollins. It would appear that Jacksonville just has the edge right now on Duquesne, but Duquesne's still hanging in there. A lot of time left in this race. There's about 400 meters to go. So it'll be interesting to see how all that shakes out. I'll give you some stroke rates. .38 strokes a minute for Jacksonville right now. And 37 strokes a minute for Duquesne. So the stroke rating, you want to have a stroke rate that you can stay efficient at, but getting your oars in the water more times can give you more boat speed, depending on how effective you are when the stroke rate comes up. Duquesne still trying to make a solid move here. It'll be a pretty close race, but I think Jacksonville's got just about a quarter of a half a length on Duquesne. Duquesne's still making a solid press, though. This one's going to be close, pushing back up. My perspective's a little tough here because I'm at an angle, but, Duquesne's making a great move. They might just get their bow ball ahead. Great move by Duquesne, and yes, they did. So that'll be another photo finish. Fantastic race between Duquesne and Jacksonville on that. I think Duquesne just edged them out. Yeah, about half a second there. They made a big push at the end. I was not able to get my stroke watch on it. Uh, but like I said, when those two boats were in contact back at the 1,000-meter mark, lots of things can happen, and there can be, the lead can change hands many times in the last 1,000 meters of a race. An 8-minute race, that's 4 minutes. You got a lot of things that can happen. Three boats again advanced directly to the semifinals, and then the next five fastest times. So this is a good view of the way the sun is lighting up the lanes. So you can see the lane markers now. When the water's completely flat and there's no racing on it, you can look down the entire course and you can see the lane lines going down the entire course. It's a beautiful thing. Makes me miss coaching. Good race going on here from, this is a 4-boat race. And this time we are going from right to left. So lane 2, Jacksonville B, University of Tampa in lane 3, Louisville Women's B in lane 4, and Barry in lane 5. Jacksonville B might have the slight lead here with Louisville B hot on their heels and Tampa right in that one too. Jacksonville with about a half a length lead right now on Louisville. Great view here from the drone pilots. You can see the referees launch following the race. So the referees are out there for safety, number one, and then for fairness, number two, making sure that the athletes don't get hurt, or in case somebody does get hurt and maybe they need to get ejected from a boat, they can be pulled from the water. But they're also out there to ensure fairness, make sure that the boats aren't necessarily interfering with each other. This gives you an idea of how much space there is between the lanes. I said the lanes were about 15, 16 meters wide. But still, with the way the racing is and the boats can cross over, you can have interference between one lane and another if the oars come across the lane lines. Jacksonville pushing out to the lead here, starting to separate themselves from Louisville and the rest of the field. Good solid rowing out there in lane 2 from Jacksonville. .35 and a half strokes per minute for Jacksonville. 33 strokes a minute for Louisville. Looks like Tampa's making a good move on Louisville here. They're pushing up into them. Very close race, about a deck difference between the two boats. Now Louisville pressing back a little bit, kicking up their stroke rate. Tampa kicked their stroke rate up quite a bit to try and catch up. And Louisville rode out that charge and responded. Now they're back up to about 2/3 of a length lead. Jacksonville opening up more open water on the second place Louisville boat. So Jacksonville is on the right-hand side of the screen. They're sitting up tall. They're moving. This is the last heat of the Varsity Women's 4 Open. Much bigger lead now by Jacksonville B as they're in the red buoys. Louisville now pulling away from Tampa just a little bit. And as we watch Jacksonville cross the finish line first, a couple lengths open water on Louisville. Louisville will enter the screen momentarily. There they are. And there's Tampa. Still in contact with Louisville, hanging in there. Again, the 5 fastest times from the 3 heats after the top 3 will also advance to the semifinals. Modern competitive rowing is a university sport originated in England in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. A long way from today, but they evolved from recreational boating and school traditions at places like Eton and Westminster. And this was long before they had sliding seats. Then Oxford University began an organized college rowing program around 1815 with the first documented intercollegiate race between the 2 colleges within Oxford, Brasenose and Jesus colleges, or Jesus colleges. And then Cambridge University Boat Club started in 1828, leading to the first inter-college races on the River Cam. Next race is on the water, men's varsity 4. So this is the first heat of this event. There are 4 heats. So the top 2 will advance to the semifinals, and then the next 10 fastest times. So with 3 semifinals, that would be 18 boats. And this time, if we take 4, and we have the top 2 from each, that's 8. And then 10 fastest times, that's 18. So I got my math working that time. From right to left, we've got NC State in lane 2, Colgate in lane 3, Texas in lane 4, Clemson in lane 5, and Liberty in lane 6. Right now, it looks like Texas is in the lead. Could be Colgate, though. Colgate might be in the lead. We'll get a better view here. There we go. Texas is in the lead with Colgate hot on their heels. And Clemson also pretty solidly in there. Well in contact. Crossing the 1,000-meter mark. So a lot can still happen in this race. Clemson's making a strong move, or so it seems. Let's get some stroke rates. .33 strokes a minute for Texas. 35 strokes a minute for Clemson. And 36 strokes a minute for Colgate. Colgate's making a move back on Texas now, fighting off the charge by Clemson. Good solid racing happening here in this these 3 boats. Now Texas able to pull away. Texas has won this event, I believe, recently, and also won ACRA's, which is the American Collegiate Rowing Association Championships for the clubs that happens in May. So Texas now starting to open up a little water on Clemson and Colgate. Clemson was understroking them a little bit before. They probably kicked their stroke rate up now. Let's see. Yeah, Texas is now up at 35. So they were rowing at a 33, and as they crossed the 1,500-meter mark, they're at a 35. So they're able to open up a little bit of space here. Staying effective at the higher stroke rate. Colgate now pulling away from Clemson just a little bit. But Clemson's right in there. Again, top 2 will advance to the semis. And then the next 10 fastest times. So if Clemson can stay in contact with the lead 2 boats here, pretty good shot with 10 coming out of 4 heats of making it to the semifinals. Clemson's pressing back on Colgate a little bit. Texas separating themselves even more with about a length open water on Colgate. Texas back down to a 33. They responded to the 2 moves from Colgate and Clemson. So now they're basically hitting cruise mode as they enter the red buoys. Clemson may have pulled back up on Colgate. That'll be a tight finish there. Colgate's fighting to stay ahead. And they still have about a length of lead, now almost a length on Clemson. Clemson may have given it everything they had, and now they're just going to try and hang on and get one of the top 10 fastest times so they can advance to the semifinals. So here we'll see Texas, Longhorns from Texas crossing the line. And then Colgate and Clemson. I don't know if you can hear that, but that's some innovative coxing coming from the NC State or the Liberty boat. Maybe it should be like the NFL and have mics on some of the teams. That would probably not necessarily be good. All right, Liberty takes 4th. And then NC State will bring up 5th. In the next heat, we've got Baylor, Purdue, Vanderbilt, Duke, and South Carolina. Oh, great view here from overhead. Now we are actually reading from left to right. Baylor in lane 2, Purdue in lane 3, Vanderbilt in lane 4, Duke in lane 5, and South Carolina in lane 6. So it looks like Vandy out in the lead there in lane 4. With Baylor in second place, Duke in third, South Carolina in 4th, and Purdue in 5th. drones are way up high. You can see the bike path and the road, actually, from the view that we've got here. And now you can start to see the collections of spectators off on the right-hand side of the screen. Vandy with a very big lead here on the rest of the field, with Baylor solidly in second place. So Vanderbilt and Baylor here. Vandy moving well. .33 strokes a minute for Vanderbilt, looking strong, sitting up tall, just kicking it. Well, the boats on the far riverbank there going upstream, they're required to stop as the races go by, so they don't have their wakes necessarily interfering with the lane 1 and 2 boats as they come down the course. But you'll also have the athletes that are in those boats cheering on if they have their teammates in the race that's going down. They'll be cheering them on. Great part about the sport of rowing is just the tight community. Oh, we're across the 1,000, heading into the last 700 meters. Going back to a little bit of history there, the iconic Oxford-Cambridge boat race, also known as the boat race, or the university boat race, was first held on June 10th, 1829 at Henley-on-Thames in Oxford, or near Oxford. Oxford won easily. It's the second oldest inter-university sporting event in the world after the 1827 varsity cricket match. And it's been contested annually since 1856 on the River Thames from Putney to Mortlake. And this famous rivalry inspired university boat clubs across Europe and beyond to establish rowing programs as a corner of collegiate athletics. If you look at the Harvard-Yale race, which has been going on in the United States, it was fashioned after that. So that's the history of rowing from the college level. Certainly, if you take it back farther than that, you have the galley ships and fighting wars and battles on the seas. You could say wars and battles are fought here as well. Vanderbilt's still out at a solid lead. Baylor still in second, with Duke bringing up a solid third place here. Vanderbilt's pretty much in cruise mode. But they are at 38 strokes a minute, so they're practicing their sprint, even though they don't necessarily need to do that. We should be seeing them cross the line right now. So there you have your winners of the heat, Vanderbilt. Next into view should be Baylor, lane 2, right about now. And then Duke should be coming in. South Carolina ought to be appearing next. I take that back. It's Purdue. And then South Carolina. All right, so that's the second heat of the men's varsity 4. The third heat is on the water. 4-boat race. So now we have all 4 boats in view. From left to right, you have Fordham in lane 2, Jacksonville in lane 3, Virginia in lane 4, and Texas A&M in lane 5. Fordham with a good lead over Virginia, with Jacksonville in 3rd place, Texas A&M in 4th. Fordham with about a length open water lead on Virginia. Virginia in the race, though. Remember, top 2 automatically advance to the semifinals. So the race between Virginia and Jacksonville will be to determine which boat goes automatically to the semifinals. Virginia with about a half a length lead now on Jacksonville. Moving back up on Fordham just a little bit. Fordham with the advantage that they can see Virginia's move even across 2 lanes. So they'll be able to probably hold that off, but all Virginia has to do is stay ahead of Jacksonville, and they will automatically advance to the semifinal. Crossing the 1,000 now. Actually, probably about 700 meters to go. .33 strokes a minute for Fordham. 34 strokes a minute for Virginia. There's the 1,500 meter mark. Virginia making a strong move, pulling back into contact. Fordham responding, opening up a little more space. But Virginia moving away from Jacksonville slightly. Jacksonville moving back up on Virginia. Fordham sliding away from the field even more. Now Virginia has responded to Jacksonville's move. Jacksonville rowing at about 35 strokes a minute. Into the red buoys. Jacksonville making one more press here. We'll see if Virginia can hold this one off. Well, Jacksonville's pushing through. Virginia's going to have to respond. They want that second place. Virginia responding now. Still able to hold their bow ahead, about a quarter of a length lead. Strong move by Jacksonville there. Now Virginia's responded. Back out to about a half length lead now. Great racing there between the Virginia and the Jacksonville boats. Nice tight finish. Texas A&M still working in. They're in the red buoys. Owen Frazier in the stroke seat of that boat. From what I'm told, Owen will become the coach of the team next year as a rower. So Texas A&M, for the most part, has been coached by the rowers. All right, so that concludes that heat. We got one more heat of the men's varsity 4. It is underway. This is a 5-boat race from left to right. You have Florida in lane 2, Texas Christian in lane 3, Embry-Riddle in lane 4, William and Mary in lane 5, and Tennessee in lane 6. I believe that's Embry-Riddle in the lead with about a length and a half open on William and Mary. And Tennessee in third. So that's lanes 4, 5, and 6 with TCU in lane 3, their bow just in view. Oh, Florida is not in this race. I see right now it's marked as a scratch, so it's just a 4-boat race. Okay. I would never find that 5th boat if I kept looking for it. So Embry-Riddle moving well away from the field. At a 34.5. William and Mary in lane 5 in second place. Tennessee in lane 6 in third place. And TCU back in lane 2. There's a view of your leaders, Embry-Riddle. Still about 34.5. Good solid rowing there as they cross a 1,000-meter mark.
Reaching maximum altitude.
With this mixed cloud cover here, it's actually staying relatively cool. I thought it was supposed to be up in the mid 80s to high 80s, but it's pretty comfortable. Great day for racing. You can see the water's flat. Fantastic conditions. Barely any wind at all. Well, right now it's 68 degrees and the wind is showing basically calm winds, 2 miles an hour maybe. Winds are expected to pick up this afternoon a little bit, where we should have winds at 10, 11 miles an hour. So things get a little more exciting at that point. Storms aren't expected to hit, though, until about 7 o'clock tonight, maybe 8 o'clock. So we should be able to get everything knocked out before the storms come in. There you have Embry-Riddle crossing the 1500. Rowing is the oldest intercollegiate sport in the United States. The first collegiate boat club was founded at Yale University in 1843, followed by Harvard in 1844. So the first intercollegiate rowing race and the first intercollegiate athletic contest of any kind in the U.S. took place in 1852 on Lake Winnipesaukee, New Hampshire, when Yale challenged Harvard and Harvard won. This event directly modeled the Oxford-Cambridge boat race and launched the long-running Harvard-Yale Regatta, which continues annually today. So it's a 4-mile boat race, different than the 2,000-meter races we see here today. So the early growth of collegiate rowing was rapid. The Dartmouth had a program in the early 1830s. Trinity College formed one in 1849. Rutgers made rowing its first organized sport in 1864. By 1871, the Rowing Association of American Colleges was formed, initially by Amherst, Brown, Bowdoin, and Harvard. Women's collegiate rowing began earlier than many realized, with the first program established at Wellesley in 1875, though organized national championships for women's varsity teams did not arrive until the NCAA era in 1997. That's not completely true. They used to row the national championships for the men and the women at Lake Harsha in Cincinnati. So the history I've gotten here isn't exactly right. So Embry-Riddle, the winner of this heat, followed by William and Mary. Texas Christian and Tennessee rounding out the field in the men's varsity 4. So the next event we'll move to will be the women's varsity 8 for the clubs. So we'll have 2 heats of club 8s, and then we'll do 2 heats of open women's 8s. And then we'll do the men's varsity 8s, and then we'll take a little bit of a break. So the 8s are on the water. From right to left, we've got WashU, Washington University of St. Louis, Florida, Clemson, Virginia Tech, and Georgia. These are all club boats. The sun's out again, so things are a little bit brighter. Clemson in the lead presently with Wash U in second. Florida and Virginia Tech trading places for third and fourth. Correction, that's Clemson and Georgia trading places, with Virginia Tech bringing up the rear. Nice view back up to the starting line of the course. Again, you can see the water, great conditions today. Clemson also has a women's varsity program. As far as I know, they are not here. Good facility down in Clemson. They've got Lake Hartwell, very big lake. Clemson out to about a length lead on Georgia and Wash U. Florida holding on to third, Wash U in fourth. Clemsoning opening up a little more space on the field. Nice tight race for second and third place, though, between those three boats. Wash U now just trailing a little bit in fourth place. Looks like Florida has taken second over Georgia, although Georgia's certainly still in the running there. Good view of the Georgia ladies in the front of the picture here. Off to the right-hand side is Clemson. Florida holding tough. Florida might be making a bit of a move here as they roll through the 1,000 into the last 700 meters. Florida has made a move, and they pulled ahead of Georgia. And it looks like Wash U is coming back, too. Georgia's going to have to hold on to this. They're pretty far out course-wise in lane 5, so things can be happening over off to the left-hand side in lanes 2 and 3, where it's not easy to keep track of the field. So Florida holding on to second place. Clemson opening up just a little bit of distance on them. Georgia starting to slip back a little bit. Wash U starting to also slip back a little bit. Now the field's starting to spread out a little bit more. In the last 250 meters, Clemson still holding on to a good lead. Florida about 3/4 of a length up on Georgia. Wash U has fallen back, so they're now down a length on Georgia. Georgia will hold third place. Top two will advance to the semifinals, and then the next two fastest times, I take that back, I'm sorry. Top two will go to the A final. It looks like there's no semi here. And then the next two fastest times out of these two heats will go to the A final. And then the rest will go to the B final. So here comes Clemson. And the finish line. There's the horn. And now Florida. And Georgia. Wash U. And then Virginia Tech finishing up. All right, the next race for the women's club varsity 8 is on the water. They should be just underway, in fact, and it looks like they are. Yes, 15 seconds into the race. This is looking way back up the course to the restaurant that sits right behind the starting docks. You can see the running time of the race down in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So way up in the distance from right to left, if you want to try and discern those boats. You have FIT on the right in lane 2, William & Mary in lane 3, Georgia Tech in lane 4, Tulane in lane 5, and NC State in lane 6. Today, collegiate rowing thrives with over 300 programs across the NCAA Divisions 1, 2, and 3, featuring thousands of athletes. Major governing bodies include the Intercollegiate Rowing Association for the men's championships, the NCAA for the women, with regional conferences like the SIRA playing a key role in the Southeast since the early 1970s. Like I said before, we're now in the 56th year of the SIRA as of 2026. And Sam Dempsey, the lead referee, has been here for nearly all of them. 1982, he started here. And he's been the head official since 1988, I believe he said. One of the great ones. Probably getting tired of doing this for so long, so hopefully he'll stick around for a good long time still. So if we're seeing things right here, we've got FIT in lane 2 that's in the lead, followed by lane 5, Tulane, and William & Mary, Georgia Tech in lane 4. with NC State looking like they're in fourth place. And William and Mary back on the field quite a bit in lane 2 or lane 3. Georgia Tech with a good lead, though, over, that's Tulane. Tulane with a good lead right now over Georgia Tech. I got my yellows mixed up there. Georgia Tech making a move on Tulane, though. FIT still well up on the field, separating themselves. Good race happening between Tulane and Georgia Tech. Be interesting to see how that plays out and whether the two of them trying to fight each other off can catch FIT.
Obstacle
FIT
sensing
to
unavailable.
32.5.
Fly with caution.
William and Mary at a 33.5. William and Mary making a strong move. They have come back into contact with FIT. FIT on the far right-hand side of your screen still looks like they have a pretty good lead on Tulane. With Georgia Tech starting to fall back from Tulane just a little bit. I was working on getting stroke rates before, and we lost our video, so I'll get back to that. Right now, Georgia Tech's at 36.5. .34 strokes a minute for Tulane. .35 strokes a minute for FIT. Coming up into the red buoys. FIT with about half a length open water on Tulane. So the finish line view, we should have FIT coming in momentarily. And there you have FIT crossing the line, followed by Tulane. Georgia Tech. NC State came across, and now we're waiting for William and Mary. And now we've got that heat wrapped up. We'll move to the second heat. I'm sorry, we have that event wrapped up. We'll move to the first heat of the women's varsity 8 for the open event. Word is we have a little trouble with the drones. Have a data issue. So our camera is going to be a little limited. We'll give you an idea on who's in the lead the best we can from the finish line towers. This is a shot from the finish line tower all the way up to the starting line. You can see the restaurant at the end of that. From right to left, we have Toledo in lane 1, Jacksonville in lane 2, Stetson in lane 3, Louisville in lane 4, Purdue in lane 5, and Drake in lane 6. Best I can tell, Louisville is in the lead. So Louisville basically in the center of your screen with the white oars, red unit or cardinal unisuits. Purdue and Stetson look like they are in second, third. Jacksonville is also in there. The top 5 boats are pretty closely spaced, although Louisville does have the lead on the field. .35.5 strokes a minute for Louisville. 36 strokes a minute for Purdue. .35 strokes a minute for Jacksonville. I take that back. That was 35 strokes a minute for Stetson. Jacksonville's at a 37, so Jacksonville's laying it down right now. Trying to move back on Louisville. Purdue's fallen back. I think this race right now is between Louisville and Jacksonville. They're separating themselves from the field. Although it looks like Louisville has a solid lead still over Jacksonville. So 3 boats across, pretty tight race for third. So third through fifth will shake out however they do. All boats go to the semifinals in this case. So there are 11 boats total in the event. They will all go to semifinals. Jacksonville's down probably a length of open water now from Louisville. Louisville looking very strong. Louisville at 36 strokes a minute. Into the last 200 meters, about 150 actually to go. Louisville with about a length open lead on Jacksonville. Strong finish by Louisville here. Jacksonville also a strong finish. Purdue bringing up third place with about a half a length lead on Stetson. Toledo over in lane 1, hanging in about 5th place. And Drake in 6th. So there's Purdue crossing. And Stetson. Toledo. And now Drake. So that takes care of the first heat of the open women. Next race should be underway. And there they are. Almost 3 minutes in. So we're probably pretty close to the 1,000-meter mark. From right to left, we have University of Dayton in lane 2, Vanderbilt in lane 3, Kansas State in lane 4, Rollins in lane 5, and Duquesne in lane 6. It looks like Duquesne might be up in lane 6 right now with Kansas State and Vanderbilt in the hunt. Vandy may actually be pulling into first now. Nice tight race between those 3 boats. Vandy does have the lead, about a third of the length on Kansas State. Kansas State with about a half a length lead on Rollins. No, I'm sorry, that's not Rollins, that's Duquesne. Duquesne in the foreground here at a 37. .37 strokes a minute for Vanderbilt. .38 strokes a minute for Kansas State. We'll see how all this shakes out here. Vanderbilt now with a lead over Duquesne with Kansas State in third. Your leaders, Vanderbilt, 35.5. .39 strokes a minute for Kansas State. .37.5 for Duquesne. We're in the final 250 meters. Vandy holding on pretty strong. Kansas State just edging out Duquesne right now. Kansas State's still hanging tough. They've been rowing a pretty high stroke rate, so they're probably paying a real price for this. But they are up about a length on Duquesne. Duquesne also finishing strong, moving back up on Kansas State just a little bit. So K-State finishes second. Duquesne third. Dayton will come in fourth. And Rollins fifth. And that completes the Varsity Open Women's 8. So now we will move to the men's Varsity 8, of which there are 4 heats. Top 2 from each heat goes to the semifinals, and then the next fastest times. And if we're doing our math right again, that would be 18. That's 3 6-boat races. So we are doing our math right. If they don't make the semis, they go to the D final. So we are underway from right to left. Lane 2 on the right, Clemson. Lane 3, FIT. Lane 4, Virginia. Lane 5, Alabama. And lane 6, Rollins. Looks like Virginia has the lead right now. Virginia at a 37. $38.5 for FIT. $35 strokes a minute for Alabama. There's a good view of your leaders, Virginia, with open water lead on FIT and Clemson. Cross through the 1,000 now, last half of the race. Virginia now a solid lead on the rest of the field. FIT in second, Clemson in third, Alabama in fourth, and Rollins in fifth place. And the referees launch in sixth place. $35 strokes a minute for Virginia out in front. I can pretty much guarantee you we're not seeing Virginia's top gear speed right now. It's not that they're slacking off here, but they've got another gear to show. Virginia, again, coached by head coach Frank Biller. long history of success at this program or at this race at the SIRAs. A very strong program there. Well established.
Folks are entering the finish area. This is the 11:16 race. Men's varsity 8, 5 boats in this race.
38 strokes a minute for FIT. About the same for Clemson. We're into the last 200 meters. Virginia with about 3/4 of a length open water on FIT. So finish order, Virginia, FIT. Clemson. Alabama and Rollins.
How many do we have left till we break? Aaron, can you come up after?
Next up, men's varsity 8 heat 2. 5-boat race. Same rules, top 2 advance, and the next 10 fastest times of the 4 races. That race should just about be ready to start. 11:23 was the start time. They're all in the stake boats. And they're off. At the beginning of a rowing race, you have to get the boat moving from a dead stop. It's a challenge, especially when you got the men's boats or the varsity women's boats. The boat itself weighs 205 pounds or so, like I said, but you throw in 8 rowers at, let's just say for the men, 200 pounds apiece. Then a coxswain, oars, and everything else. You're talking about nearly a ton of mass that you have to get moving from a dead stop, and it's a 60-foot long boat. A lot of friction there. So the first stroke, you generally have to pry the boat loose from the water, and you have to do that. Remember, the water will move as well, so you have to be able to pry the boat loose without tearing the water. Generally, the first stroke's a little shorter. Then you hit another stroke, like a half slide stroke, to try and keep the boat moving. Maybe add a little more speed, then another 3/4 slide stroke, and then you take your first full strokes. That all happens very quickly. It's very dynamic. One of the most exciting things for the rowers, and that's, right then you've got all this free energy that you want to burn. So you basically throw it into a very high gear. You start with a sprint in a rowing race, you sprint in the middle, and you end with a sprint. But the stroke rates at the beginning of the races are generally a little bit higher, somewhere in the 40 strokes per minute range. Then you settle to what your base rate is going to be, 35, 36 strokes a minute, and then you may sprint at the end. So right here from right to left, we've got Colgate in the lane 2. 5-boat race again. Fordham in lane 3, Notre Dame in 4. Georgia Tech in 5 and Tulane in 6. Colgate presently has the lead on the field. Looks like about a length up on Fordham, which is the second boat from the right. Notre Dame looks like they're about half a length back on Fordham. Then Georgia Tech, and then Tulane. So they are ranked in order of their lane numbers. Colgate moving very well and pulling away from Fordham. Colgate's had some good success at this race. They are not one of the members of the SIRA, so they are here as a guest. Very impolite of the guests to come and win, but, you know, that's what racing's all about. If I remember correctly, I don't know this, I haven't looked it up yet, but I think Colgate won 2 years ago. Virginia, I think, won last year. But Colgate looking very strong, pulling away from the field. Fordham in second solidly. Notre Dame also in there. There's a good view of Colgate. Colgate rowing at about 36 strokes a minute. Note here the sharp catches. And we talked about the spacing before. They've got equal spacing at a 36, which is pretty good. And the spacing is, again, between, on this side, seventh catch and bows puddle. So right now, about a length open water between Colgate and Fordham. Fordham's still in contact with Notre Dame. They can't seem to shake him. Notre Dame's hanging tough. Notre Dame's actually making a move, trying to press ahead of Fordham. Let's check some stroke rates there, too. There's the Irish in the front. So 37 strokes a minute for Notre Dame. Fordham, though, being up on Notre Dame, can see their move and they can respond to the move. .36 strokes a minute for Fordham. So depending, you know, this is a tough spot to be in when you're Notre Dame. Maybe you're just hanging off of Fordham and you're going to sit there and wait with them, and you know you've got another gear that you can pour it on. Or, you know, we don't know from the outside. Maybe this is Notre Dame's top end and they're doing everything they can, but they're just not going to be able to get away. But it looks like Notre Dame's got a little extra, and they're pouring it on right now. Notre Dame's taking a seat or so here every 3 strokes. Oh, bad time for the camera to freeze. Good race going on here between Fordham and Notre Dame. So we're in the last 250 meters. Colgate heading to the finish line easily, but a really good race going on here between Notre Dame and Fordham. With Notre Dame pressing, Fordham trying to respond, but Notre Dame's worked up to be only about a deck down on Fordham now. Notre Dame may have it to be able to pull away. So what I was talking about before, when you've got that extra gear, a little extra in the tank, you hang with the boat and let them get some confidence built up, and then you can row through them. I don't think Notre Dame's going to be able to pull it off. They didn't have quite enough space. Great finish, though, by both those teams. Notre Dame may have charged a little bit too late, or maybe Fordham was just able to respond too easily. Hard to say, but a fantastic race by those two. Of course, a great race by Colgate as the winner, with Fordham getting second and Notre Dame getting third. Only about 3/4 of a second between those two boats. Georgia Tech back about 9 seconds. and then Tulane. So fantastic race there. I would say that with the speed of that, for sure Notre Dame will be in the semis. So heat number 3 in the men's varsity 8 should be just starting as the drones head back up the course. So they are underway. We can see the clock running in the bottom left-hand corner. They're a minute in, which means they've just crossed probably the 500-meter mark. A little hard to see the boats, so I'll give you, well, you can see what the lineup is, but I will give it to you once we get up there. So now you can see the boats. From right to left, we got Georgia in lane 2, Embry-Riddle in lane 3, Purdue in lane 4, Virginia Tech in lane 5, and Wash U in lane 6. And Purdue in lane 4 is up on Embry-Riddle in second. So Purdue's got about a half a length open water on Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle looking strong, though. Let's get a stroke rate on Purdue. So 36.5 strokes a minute for Purdue. .37.5 strokes a minute for Embry-Riddle. Those two boats separating themselves quite a bit from the field at this point. Purdue looking very strong as they row this race. Heading to the 1,000-meter mark. Should be just about crossing it now. So this gives you a view down the course to the finish tower. If you look at the finish tower, you can see we're all waving. Oh, that wasn't a wave. So Purdue looking good. Again, the coaches at Purdue wanted me to say that they're not doing well, and we know that that is all prevarications. Purdue does have a great parents club, though. Probably one of the great parents clubs of the league. They put on quite a feast for the athletes. Got to keep the athletes fueled. Kevel Wagner in the stroke seat there of the Purdue boat. Now about 2 lengths open water on Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle solidly in second, though. They can just do what they need to do to get second place because the top 2 are guaranteed shot slots in the semifinals. We're across the 1,500-meter mark. You can see it in the distance on the far bank over there. Purdue's got about 400 meters left to go. So just about 35 strokes left, and they will be at the finish line. Purdue now at about a 32.5, so they've shut it down a little bit. No need to overexert yourself. They've got to row a semi this afternoon. That'll be those will be the last 3 races of the afternoon, scheduled to go. I think around 5:30. The women's 8 semis will be before those. I'm guessing. I don't have my afternoon heat sheets. I just have the morning heat sheets. But Purdue now into the last 250 in the red buoys. Embry-Riddle has made up a little bit of distance. And there's Purdue crossing the finish. Good solid race by the Boilermakers. Good race by Embry Riddle.
This should be the last event.
Oh, tight race there between the last two finishers, Virginia Tech and Wash U. Not quite a photo finish, but almost a photo finish. Heading upstream for the last heat of the morning before the break. This is the last heat of the men's varsity 8. Looks like they're still in the stake boats, haven't quite started yet. And there's the first strokes. Start to see a little bit of white water and splashing there as they get the boats moving. So take the first 5 strokes to get the boat up and moving, and then they'll take a high 20 generally, and then usually have a settle 20. So 45 strokes, and then you're almost at the 500. And you have burned through all of the glycogen stores that you had, and then you're into the top end of your anaerobic threshold. These are all the sorts of things that you train for. The second 500, which right now we're not quite there. We're still about 250 meters in, no, about 300 meters into the race. You're switching over on the different systems that you use to generate ATP to power your muscles. But you're starting to build up that oxygen debt, and that oxygen debt will start to accrue where you're making ATP faster than you can bring oxygen in. And then that lactic acid's being generated, then the tax man comes in the third 500 with that lactic acid, and that's when you go into what they call the pain cave. Good racing here so far. I can give you the lineup. We got Florida in the right in lane 2, Stetson in lane 3, Jacksonville in lane 4, UNC in lane 5, and NC State in lane 6. Looks like Stetson actually has the lead on Jacksonville right now. So Stetson and Jacksonville duking it out for first place, with Stetson up about a quarter of a length. Jacksonville certainly making a strong move here. We're at about 600 meters in, 650 meters, rolling up to the 1,000. Let's check some stroke rates. So 38.5 strokes a minute for Stetson. They are flying. We'll see if they can hold on to that. They are going out and trying to stay in front of Jacksonville. .35.5 strokes a minute for Jacksonville. So here is a question. Stetson is up and really rowing well. They look very strong, but they're also rowing at a 38.5 stroke per minute rate. And they're being understroked by Jacksonville by quite a bit. So Jacksonville is going to have more left in the tank. This could be, Stetson may have trained for this, and they may be ready to do it. And they may be ready to run a 38.5 all the way down the course. But that exacts a pretty high price on the athletes in the race. But these guys look like they can handle it. They're rowing very strong. Still up about a length on Jacksonville. We'll see if the stroke rates change at all. 39.5 strokes a minute right now for Stetson. The guy in the 7th seat of the Stetson boat looks like he's 7 feet tall, so that may be a bit of an exaggeration, but that is a big man. Actually, if he's that big, the rest of the boat is also very big. They're opening up a little bit of open water on Jacksonville. Jacksonville has to make a decision now. Do they want to try and win this, or do they just want to make sure that they get second and a guaranteed spot? It's going to take a lot to row back through Stetson, unless Stetson wants to shut it down. I don't think they're going to want to do that. They've got a good race going here. So if Jacksonville can just ride along with Stetson, stay comfortable, not overtax themselves, and move on to the semifinals. Stetson rowing very well, very hard. Will certainly, if they stay in first place, hang on to the semifinals. But what will they have paid to get there? No, I may be wrong. The seven-seat guy might be 8 feet tall. That's hyperbole. Great view of the top 3 boats. Stetson, Jacksonville, and North Carolina. Florida in the bottom of the screen there. They're in lane 2. And then NC State will be off the screen on the bottom right-hand corner. Jacksonville dropped their rate to about a 33.5. Stetson also was able to drop their rate a little bit and finish out with somewhat of a cruise. But a heck of a good race there, rowed by Stetson. Very strong. Be interesting to see what cards they're holding for the later races, though. You know, this is a place again where did we see their top speed or did we not see their top speed? Looking at the times, knowing that the other races finished in the low 6.0s, like 6.03s and 6.04s, it'll be wild to see how that plays out. And I'm pretty sure that Jacksonville's got some more to give, too. So the semis are going to be fun. We'll look forward to those. Right now we're going to take a little bit of a break and let the officials and the volunteers eat. You can, looking back up the course, you can see all the officials' boats heading into the lagoon. So the next race is scheduled to start at 1:07. So that's about hour and 20 minutes from now, and we'll resume. We look forward to seeing you all back then. Have a good lunch. And welcome back to the 2026 SIRA Championships in Oak Ridge, Tennessee on Melton Hill Lake. We're happy to have you back. We had a nice lunch break. The weather is still holding very well. We're ready to run the afternoon events. The first events will be the small boats, and then we will run the semis of the large boats. We'll wrap things up with one more small boat event, and then we'll call it a day. So it looks like we've got about 4 hours and 45 minutes of racing left. Then we'll call it a night, and the storms will come through and cool everything off, and then tomorrow will be another day, and we'll run all the finals. So the first event that we've got coming down the course will be the men's single, and this is a 2-heat race, both 5-boat heats, with the top 2 and the next 2 fastest times out of both the heats going to the A final, and the rest going to the B final. So these are semifinals. We call them heats, but really they set the boats that are in the finals. So they are semifinals, and the rest of the afternoon is semifinals. It looks like they're getting the points. The boats are all in what they call stake boats. There is a person sitting or laying down on the stake boats, and that person will hold on to the stern of the boat, and then the liners will move the boats forward and backward to line the bow balls up. And then when they have everybody, all the bow balls lined up, and then all of the rowers have their points, they'll start the race. Starting commands are generally attention, go. Looks like we're off. We'll be looking from right to left here. In lane 2 from Sewanee, we've got Ben Pollock. In lane 3 from Northwestern State in Natchitoches, Louisiana, Jackson Lester. In lane 4 from Auburn, Ethan Blackwell. In lane 5 from North Georgia, Jacob Latham. And in lane 6 from Texas A&M, Francisco Andrade. Looks like Francisco from Texas A&M is currently in the lead. The other 4 boats are roughly spread across even. No clear leader of the rest of those. Francisco has been doing a lot of sculling. So this will be a good race for him, a good opportunity for him to show what he's got. Right now we're about 300 meters into the race. Once again, from right to left, we've got Ben Pollock from Sewanee, Jackson Lester, Ethan Blackwell, Jacob Latham, and Francisco Andrade. So this is sculling as opposed to sweep rowing, which is what we watched this morning. Sculling is each individual has 2 oars called sculls. These are shorter with smaller blades than the sweep oars. The sweep oars are about 12 feet long. These are usually about 8 or 9 feet long with smaller blades. And the boats, in this case, weigh about 20 pounds. For most of us, we are much wider than the beam of the boat. For men, then, with the high center of gravity, tough to balance on these things, but the people who do it very well can make it look so graceful. If you follow any of the international rowing, there are some very big people that do single sculling. So Francisco from Texas A&M looks like he's got a nice solid lead here, a few lengths open. Then he's followed by Ben Pollock from Sewanee and Ethan Blackwell from Auburn. Then looks like Jacob Latham from North Georgia is in 4th place. And Jackson Lester from Northwestern State is in 5th. So through about 750 meters here, Francisco is still looking very good. A lot can happen, though, in these races. You can have somebody who's leading a race, have an issue, catch a crab, roll a boat. So I don't want to say Francisco has this locked up, but it's certainly looking pretty good for him. He keeps opening space on the rest of the field.
Pat, switching to you. Pat, you're on.
Good look at Francisco. Crossing through the 1,000-meter mark, so halfway. That means we're looking at about an 8-minute race for the winning time. Good technical rowing from Francisco. Watch here, so some things you can pick up as you're seeing the difference between sculling and sweep rowing. You have to get the hands to work together. You want the blades to square up together, so instead of having ports and starboards, having to do this up, you're doing it all on your own. But the way the boats are rigged, one hand actually has to cross over on top of the other hand because the handles of the sculls overlap a little bit. So generally the rig is, so one is rigged a little higher than the other so that you can do that and still have the boat set. Francisco's got good connection at the catch. Nice solid drive, good glide.
We can't even get eyesight on the other one.
Oh, Francisco continues to open up space with the rest of the field.
I need to figure out what just happened to Aaron, and if I was the one to do it.
There's the 1,500-meter mark, so 500 meters to go.
I possibly messed something up. And I don't know how to fix it.
Francisco is cruising.
Or Aaron's just, I'm not sure which.
Rowing about 28 strokes a minute.
Okay, it looks like I dropped it off the screen. Off the link. That part.
Okay, this will be a 5-boat race. Timers, clear your watches.
Coming up to the red buoys, we should be seeing those just slip into view momentarily. There you are, red buoys. Last 250 meters. Francisco is comfortably in the lead over second place Ben Pollock from Sewanee. Ethan Blackwell from Auburn, I believe, is still in third. Yes, that is correct. So great race by Francisco.
Switching you. Switching back to the finish line.
Francisco's ready to cross the finish line, and there he goes. So Francisco taking the first place finish in his heat at 8 minutes 13 seconds, unofficial. Next up should be Ben Pollock from Sewanee. He's got about 10 strokes, maybe 15 strokes left to go. And here comes Ben Pollock.
Ooh, go to that. Where?
Oh, Ben's across the line. And Ethan Blackwell from Auburn. Looks like we had one casualty. As I was saying, these things can happen. So flip boat, catch a buoy on a marker.
Are we sure? There's a fifth boat still coming. Yeah, we have all five accounted for.
So the boat that's flipped was actually not in this race. But while we're waiting for Jackson Lester from Northwestern State to get across, he's still moving but struggling a little bit. So there's Jackson, Northwestern State finishing the race. We'll figure out who that was that flipped. Might have been somebody in one of the later heats.
Order of finish. The only person that could be is the second.
The second race is underway, the second heat. We have Abraham Mako from UT Chattanooga, Nathaniel Ward from William & Mary, Bauer Adkins from Virginia Rowing Association, Nick Hassel from Baylor, and an unnamed rower from Vanderbilt in lane 6. This is a 5-boat race. Nathaniel Ward from William & Mary looks to be in first right now, with Nick Hassel from Baylor in second and Bauer Atkins from Virginia in third.
For the first one, 3810. Yeah, 3796. So no, you're not there yet. Here we go.
Right, I got that.
Where?
Where? First and
3796.
I think they were in the statement. I think they were loaded.
Next, 49.10. Exactly what I have. 4916. Looks good. Okay, that's all right. 258.
Nathaniel Ward from William & Mary comfortably in the lead here with about a length up on lane 5, which would be Nick Hassel from Baylor.
Were you late on the
Interesting paint scheme on the Baylor boat. Looks like the center of a target.
So I can make that official. All right, we're 6 minutes into the next race.
So from the sound of the radio there, it was Abraham Mako from Chattanooga that flipped. So he's probably not going to be able to finish the race here. That means we've got 4 boats left. Well, we only see 3 boats. So it looks like right now Nathaniel Ward, William & Mary's in first place. Virginia's in third. And Nick Hassel from Baylor is in second. Nathaniel Ward, though, comfortably up on Baylor's Nick Hassel. They've crossed the 500 and they're making way to the finish line.
Just checking. So we should have 4 boats. I guess just stay on the lead.
What happened to
3, 4.
before or after starting? Yeah, there's still 4 boats
He's
out
been pulled off.
Oh, I do see the 4th boat. Yes, very good. Thank you. So Vanderbilt, the unnamed person, is in lane 5.
There is a 4th boat. It's next to the back.
It is way back. He is way back there.
Hey, this is going to be a 4-boat race.
I'm gonna switch to finish camera.
Timers, clear your watches.
Into the red buoys.
Eyes to the line.
Nathaniel Ward still comfortably in the lead. Opened up more space on second place Nick Hassel from Baylor. And Bauer Adams from Virginia in third. And congratulations to Nathaniel Ward from William & Mary for winning the heat. Nick Hassel from Baylor coming in second place. Bauer Atkins from Virginia with about 12 strokes to go. Oh, maybe 14 strokes. And a good ways back then, Vanderbilt. Virginia's crossed the line, picking up third place. Top 2 and the next 2 fastest times will go to the A final. Everybody else to the B final. Unfortunately, since Abraham Mako did not complete the heat, I do not believe he'll be able to go to the B final unless there's an agreement by everybody they can row in the B final. That could happen, though. When you come to a race like this, everybody just acknowledges that, yes, things happen.
It's okay. Order of finish. 3, 5.
That completes that event. Men's single. Next up is the women's double.
I agree with that.
All right, well underway is the first heat of the women's double. From right to left, we have Jacksonville University B, Virginia Rowing Association, University of Tampa in lane 4, North Georgia in lane 5, and Northwestern State in lane 6. Looks like our current leader is Virginia. And in second place, North Georgia. No, I take that back. I'm sorry, Northwestern State. Northwestern State's in second place. In third place, then, is Jacksonville B.
About how things are running? No? All good?
When you get up in the air, can you get the second place? Looks like they're walking.
Singles are tough. Long time.
Really good. Aaron's Virginia. You're up.
You can see our leaders from Virginia there.
Okay, timers, clear your watches. Eyes to the line.
With Northwestern State moving up, coming into the red buoys. It's going to be a good fight here between Northwestern State and Virginia.
These are going to come more quickly than the singles.
Line up. I'm switching you. You're on.
Looks like Northwestern State may have just edged ahead of Virginia. We'll check the finish. And nice finish by Northwestern State.
Inside, outside. Get through the race.
Jacksonville finishes third. And then we'll have North Georgia and Tampa. Next up, we have the next heat of the women's double. This is a 4-boat race. As we head back upstream, looking back up at Calhoun's, the restaurant. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit. Feels like it's a light tail. Oh, I have this as a 4-boat race, but there are 5 boats in the race. Looks like Baylor was added into lane 6. So from right to left, we have Sewanee in lane 2, Jacksonville in lane 3, William and Mary in lane 4, Liberty in lane 5, and Baylor in lane 6. Right. Now it looks like Jacksonville is in the lead in lane 3. Through the 1,000, and William and Mary is in second place, with Liberty moving up on the outside. Liberty's in third, and Sewanee is in fourth. Jacksonville solidly in the lead, followed by William and Mary. Then Sewanee in third place. But moving up on the inside here is Liberty. Liberty may be pulling ahead of Sewanee into third. Showing here the race for second place. Jacksonville solidly out in front, but it looks like Liberty is now pulled into second. Followed by Sewanee and William and Mary.
Timers, clear your watches. Eyes to the line.
Jacksonville coming up to the red buoys. Jacksonville's in the red buoys. Everybody else now in the red buoys.
Through and things are gonna come quickly before then. Races for second.
Liberty now solidly in second, but Sewanee is making a move back and trying to push back in front. It's going to be a tight race for second between these two boats. The winner will advance automatically to the A final. Then the next four fastest times from 2 heats or 3 heats will fill out the A final. So Liberty and Sewanee duking it out. Liberty still with a slight edge. You can see the fatigue again on the athletes. People's heads start to drop a little bit. So there's your Jacksonville win. And big moves here by both of those boats. It looks like Liberty just edged out Sewanee.
One crew left.
So Baylor has to finish up. They are in the red buoys. And that wraps up that heat.
Aaron, you're on.
So 1 heat left. And it is underway. We're 3 minutes, 18 seconds in. Looking at it from here, from right to left, we have Texas Christian in lane 2, University of Texas in lane 3, Vanderbilt in lane 4, and Alabama Huntsville in lane 5. So this is a 4-boat race. Texas in the lead currently with Alabama Huntsville right on their heels and looking like they're making a move.
6.98.
Followed then by TCU and Vanderbilt.
That was really quick, 7 points.
When you get up in the air, can you put us for 2 crews from the
All right, next one. 4 to 7. Okay, 1481, good enough. And the last?
1 minute 07.59.
10740. Okay. Okay, so we're good on that one. Any issues? No issues. We're going to declare it official.
Alabama Huntsville now has a slight edge over Texas.
Next race is also going to be women's.
Those two boats are well out in front of Vanderbilt and Texas Christian.
hot? Remember,
We have someone who did not start, is that correct? Oh, we have 2 5s again, Hody.
Oh, looks like Texas has made another move to respond. So these two boats will just continue to fight each other down the course unless one can break the other.
Probably going to stay on you for this side view unless they get separated. Just stay with
And now Alabama Huntsville is taking the lead again. So this could be how it goes for the next 700 meters or so. One boat will take a 10 and pull ahead, then the other boat will take a 10 and pull ahead. Like I said, until one boat breaks the other boat or somebody makes a mistake. even at the World Championship level, with elite national team rowers, you can have things happen. The U.S. Straight four, the uncoxed four, caught a buoy line in the last 100 meters of a race they were winning, and it actually stopped the boat dead in the middle of the course. Well, at the 100 to go, and they ended up losing that race. So lots of things can happen. Rowing's a dynamic sport. It's an outdoor sport. You'll see the water starting to rough up just a little bit as the wind picks up. No, it's a tailwind. The wind is in the rowers' faces and helping to push them along a little bit. Wind speed will continue to pick up. Conditions won't get too bad here because this course is still very well protected on all sides. The wind has to get very strong and be blowing in a certain direction, either straight upstream or straight downstream, before we really have problems. But we're getting the small boats out of the way before the wind picks up too much.
And the rest of them we don't have then?
Small boats will usually be the first events that are canceled if the wind conditions get too bad. So through the 500 or through the 1500, Alabama, Huntsville, and Texas still well out ahead of the rest of the field.
Do we see 4 boats? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I see 4 boats.
Alabama, Huntsville up about 4 lengths now on Texas.
You can loop back.
Alabama, Huntsville with the win of the heat. They'll move on directly to the A final. Next up will be Texas. TCU will be up next. About 15 strokes to go for them. And Vanderbilt then bringing up the rear. And that will complete then the women's double. The finals of this race will be tomorrow.
You talking in the third person?
So next we've got 3 heats of the men's double. After that, we've got the women's pairs, 2 heats. and the men's pairs 2 heats, and then we'll move to the semifinals for the day. The regatta sponsor of the 2026 SIRA is the Rowing Repair Center. Faithful sponsor for the regatta. The SIRA organizing committee wishes to thank them for their support. So the first heat of the men's double is on the water. We've got Clemson in lane 2, Murray State in lane 3, William & Mary in lane 4, Wash U in lane 5, Texas A&M in lane 6. Looks like the boys from Texas A&M borrowed oars from Oak Ridge.
All right, switching to you, Aaron.
Any issues with that? Other than number 5?
So crossing the 1500.
All right, what happened to 5 on that one? Hello? What was that?
It looks like William & Mary is in first place with Texas A&M in second.
That's the problem again. Okay, Cody's gonna fix that. I'm going to make it official.
All right, switching to
Over in lane 2, that's Clemson, I believe, in third place. Top 3 advance to the semifinals. And then the next 3 fastest times from the semis. So that could be cut across all of the semis. And that will fill out the 12 seats in the 2 semifinals. So there's a nice view of Clemson. Texas A&M starting to fall back from William & Mary just a little bit, but still in contact. And both of those boats still well ahead of the rest of the field.
Eyes to the line. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's 4, 5. Whoa. These are very spread out.
William & Mary will be the first to cross the line in this heat, followed by Texas A&M. And then Clemson.
All right, we have 2 more boats.
500 meters still to go.
Okay, so we've got another heat of the men's double on the water.
Marianne, I'm switching to you.
All right, boat approaching, stop the finish.
We're from left to right, or right to left again. We have Emory in lane 2, Auburn in lane 3, Texas in lane 4, Vanderbilt in lane 5, and Tennessee in lane 6.
Pat, can you?
Order of finish.
Well, Texas, your leader in lane 4, well out of the rest of the field.
Wins. Okay. All good. We're going to mark.
Good view of the rowers from Texas there. Well out in the lead
Pat, can you loop
by many lengths.
whatever cruiser?
I believe the second place crew is Auburn,
All right, timers,
and
clear
they are
sides to the line. We have
300
a
meters back on Texas.
five-boat race coming. It is men's doubles.
And the third place crew, I believe, is Emory,
Perfect. I'm switching to you, Pat. Once you.
and then Vanderbilt and Tennessee bringing up the rear.
All right, this is another one that's pretty spread out.
So here's your lane 1 and lane 2 boats, Emory and Auburn. Auburn up a few lengths on Emory. In the far distance up there, you can see Texas. Texas with about 10 strokes to go. They're just about to cross the finish line. Over in the top right hand of the screen, you can see where the finish tower is. No, not anymore. All right, so here's Texas crossing the line. Texas, the winner of this heat.
4 boats to come.
As the Brits would say, Texas easily.
Oh, yeah, please.
If you watch any of the webcast of the Henley, which is the Henley Royal Regatta in England, or if you look at the results, those races are rowed in a head-to-head sort of bracket format. They generally give the differences between the winner and the second place boat in lengths. If there are so many lengths, then they will say, let's say in this case it would be Texas easily over Auburn. So here comes Auburn. And now Emory. Two more to go. Vanderbilt next.
Alright, now you can go home.
And then Tennessee, and that will round out the second heat of the men's double.
All boats across.
Aaron switching to you. 4 up.
That brings us to the last heat of the men's double. From right to left, we have the leaders, Wake Forest in lane 2 in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. This is a 5-boat race. Virginia is in lane 3. North Georgia in lane 4. Virginia Tech in lane 5. They are in third place presently. And North Carolina in lane 6. They are presently in second place. So Wake Forest well out ahead of the pack here as they get ready to cross the 1,000-meter mark. Wake Forest solidly in the lead here. UNC in second, about half a length up on Virginia Tech.
136.33, and they have 136.3. I think we're going to call that official. Anybody have
So with no coxswain in these boats, in the doubles, they generally steer with a little bit of power. You might give one hand a little harder pull than the other. Usually you have one person in the boat that's responsible for the steering. That's often the bowman. But sometimes it can be the person in the stroke seat. But steering can be difficult. I raced one time in a double at U.S. Rowing Nationals. And we rode 2,000 meters long before everybody else. Unfortunately, we did not finish crossing the finish line before everybody else because we crossed, I think, a total of 4 lanes over the course as we rode. So I preferred riding in the boats with the people who steer. I will not say who was responsible for the steering in the boat. And since the other person who was in that boat isn't around to tell anybody, no one will ever know. That could have been taken somewhat seriously, like I may have eliminated the person who was in that boat. He was killed in an ice climbing accident, so don't get any wrong ideas.
that are coming? And my understanding is that we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats.
Some casual spectators for the racing today. family of geese. You can see all the little dirty dust balls floating around behind the one goose there.
Okay, this is a 5-boat race coming.
Okay, time to get serious again. Back to the rowing.
Eyes to the line.
Alright, switching to Aaron. Aaron, you're up. It's the lead crew.
There are your leaders. Wake Forest right now in lane 2. Well ahead of the rest of the field. The team we had seen just before that was North Carolina.
Switching to Pat.
North Carolina and Wake Forest just down the road from each other. All those schools. North Carolina, Duke, Wake Forest, NC State. All part of the triad. Even though Winston, where Wake Forest is a little bit outside of the Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill triad. So North Carolina there ahead of Virginia Tech. North Carolina, the close boat here in lane 6. Wake Forest crossed the line first. And 8:27, 197. Now we'll have North Carolina. And Virginia Tech.
Finish the
Mark! 2 more boats.
you get the
An all ACC top 3.
you, Aaron. I've got the thing in the top right corner.
And with Virginia crossing the line now, an all ACC top 4.
Pat, you're good up to the front. Sorry. How long have I been doing it already?
What have we got for
With North Georgia crossing the line, that completes the event, the men's double. And we'll move on to the women's pair. So we're going from sculling back to sweep rowing.
Brian's not here to blame.
And the symbol on the end there, the women's pair with the minus sign, that would mean no coxswain. So this is just what they call a straight pair. So when you see the symbols, the dash means no coxswain, plus sign means with coxswain, and then the X means sculling. So now you can tell the difference between them all.
All right, we're going to go with that next.
2187.
Great view of the starting line here in the stake boats.
Next, 4418.
And now looking back down the course.
4410, and they got 43.9. We'll let it go, okay?
And 11618.
116.2, and you have?
When did you tell me there were geese, Aaron?
Looks like we had a little slight delay on the start of the women's pair.
No complaints. All right, you're writing these down, right, Amber?
So because they've got, here's some more geese, excellent, and some more baby geese.
He's trying to steal my thunder. That was my
Hey.
geese.
Next up is going to be women's pairs.
Done with the geese
Oh,
now.
boy.
Pat, you're up.
This is like Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom here.
Yeah, exactly. Baby geese. Okay.
What was finished somebody calling me about? Well, they were on my,
Sherry Kent was calling me.
Great view here of the stake boats, and you can see you can see generally the rowers that they put, so the volunteer rowers that they put on those stake boats. And they can move those back and forth. So for the longer boats, they will pull those back in, like the 8s, and then the singles, doubles, pairs, they'll push them way out. So that way, all the bow balls then are lined up on the starting line of the 2,000 meters, and they're rowing a 2,000 meter race every time. If they can't find any local high school rowers or anything to do this, they will find, vagrants off the street, just kind of like they found me. Donuts and coffee. Next thing you know, you're on a steak boat. So we're 5 minutes into the para race, but I don't see any boats.
Pat, go down to the boats that are apparently out there. Somewhere.
All right, so 2:10 race is coming before the 2:03 race. That's what you're telling me? All right, so they're both women's pairs. They both have 5 boats. But we will be seeing the 2:10 event first.
I have no
All
clue.
right, thank you.
Time. So I guess go back.
But, all right, well, wait a minute. Cody, what race is running?
There's no boats on the water right now.
Yeah, the women's pair. But she said they're gonna run the 2:10 race first, so.
Oh, okay. Set back.
So it appears that the race that was supposed to start at 14:03 did not start at 14:03, even though the timing clock started at 14:03. So now they are pulling the race that is supposed to start at 14:10 into the starting docks, and they will row the 14:03 race after the 14:10 race, which means we're bumping some of the other race times back. So everything right now, unless they can make up time, will be running about 7 to 10 minutes behind.
They're running 42 now.
They will be. It doesn't look like it started yet. Okay, so 42 will come.
Women's pair.
Yes, so 42 is going to come and then 41.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right? And I don't show that they've started yet.
So this is the view here of some of the action that goes on up at the start. You can see all the boats are backed into the stake boats now. This is a 5-boat race. I can give you the lineup. We've got we've got UGA in lane 2, Jacksonville in lane 3, University of Tampa in lane 4, Liberty in 5, Murray State University in 6. So that time that was actually left to right, with Georgia on the left-hand side in lane 2, Murray State on the right-hand side in lane 6. And now the Now the aligners will get the bow balls lined up while the crews work on keeping their point down the course. And you can watch as the bows kind of swing back and forth a little bit. You want to be pointed straight down the center of your lane when you start the race. If you're pointed off at an angle, that's the direction you're going to go. If you look at how the water is moving, it looks like there's a little bit of a crosswind. And not everyone was aligned when that race started. So people were pointing off to the port a little bit, which means they'll have to get it straightened out so they're going right down the center of the lane. That's a challenge. But we right now have event 42 underway. So the 1410 race that I gave you the lineup for, Georgia in lane 2, Jacksonville in lane 3, Tampa in lane 4, Liberty in lane 5, and Murray State in lane 6 is underway. And we're catching back up with the drone. We've got a high overhead view here. Liberty jumps out to a pretty big lead right away. So you have to watch. Now the steering in a pair is more difficult than it would be in a double. With a double, you can just adjust the pressure between one hand and another. One person does that. In a pair, it's very tough to row or to change pressure with one rower each having a sweep oar. So in some cases, some doubles will have a rudder attached to a set of wires that goes to one person's toes in the boat. Generally, that would be the person in the stern seat or the stroke seat. But sometimes it can be the other. So Liberty now taking off to a pretty good lead here, a length up on the field. But you can watch as the boat points back and forth a little bit in the lane. It is not easy keeping a boat pointed down the center of the lane when you're facing the wrong direction, because remember, the rowers are pointed backwards. Great view from high above the water with the drone. Looking to me like lane 2 might be catching up with Liberty here. Or that would be Jacksonville in lane 3 if Liberty is in lane 5. Jacksonville is making a good run on this, and looks like they may pull ahead of Liberty. But watch the challenges that Jacksonville is facing with steering as well. So as they're moving across their lane, that's just adding extra distance that they have to row. That's that thing I was talking about before. A curved path is not as short as a straight line path.
It's okay. You could call Tim if you want. All right. 217 race. All right, bye. 217 race.
So Jacksonville has taken the lead over Liberty. When I talk about this steering, and it is not easy, I can guarantee you that. Plus that, you are putting out great effort just to row and row fast and move the boat. And on top of that, you have to pay attention to steering. And, you know, we talked about in the third 500 when the lactic acid tax man comes to visit. That gets tough. It's a lot to keep track of. So, you know, the rowers have a heck of a job to do here. And these two boats are on the attack and attacking each other very well. It looks like Liberty is pulled ahead again. But also note that Jacksonville is no longer in their lane, or Liberty isn't. One or the other. We can't tell what lane they're in from here. And we may have some interference happening here if we watch. So the oars are actually overlapping, and Jacksonville is no longer in their lane. So this could lead to a protest at the end of the race. If Jacksonville decides that their way was impeded, then they can protest the race, potentially have Jacksonville disqualified. That may not be necessary, though, because Liberty is ahead. But now they're both in the same lane. So that adds a little bit of different excitement to the race, kind of a swashbuckling sort of nature to things. If they decide to weigh enough and then board each other, maybe there'll be a sword fight. You know, we don't intend for racing to get bloody, but things happen.
They might also contest it, because they should.
So at least now they're in separate lanes. But I still think Jacksonville is not in the lane that they started the race in. So crossing the 1500, Liberty has about 2/3 of a length lead. Jacksonville now, it looks like they're back in their own lane. Liberty is making good progress here. And they are about a length up on Jacksonville. But going back to what I was saying, it is tough to steer these boats, especially when you're really tired. And your legs are burning and your lungs are burning. Liberty hanging on to the lead, but Jacksonville making a big push. Into the red buoys, well into the red buoys. I think we're about 6, 7 strokes from the finish line. It looks like Jacksonville is making another big push. Can Liberty hold on? It looks like they can. Now, this is the case as a coach that I might tell I would have had my rowers protest no matter what. But Liberty probably will not protest. I don't see any hands up.
Two more boats.
They did win the heat, so they will be in the center of the course in the finals. There's no real benefit from them protesting. But as a coach, you tell your coxswains or your rowers to protest no matter what, and then they can always withdraw the protest later, if there might be any chance that you were impeded in any way. So Liberty is the winner of this heat. Jacksonville second place, Murray State third, University of Tampa in fourth, and Georgia will take fifth place. Don't know when they're going to get the Event 41 run. They needed to have a boat repair done. So we may be jumping to the men's pair, but we'll let you know about that in just a second. So we've got the men's pair on the water. First heat of the men's pair. We'll go back and get that other heat of the women's pair.
All right, boat approaching the finish.
So in the men's pair in this first heat, we've got a 6-boat race. Georgia Tech in lane 1. This will be from right to left. North Georgia in lane 2. Virginia in lane 3. Washington University in St. Louis in lane 4. And Duke in lane 5. I cannot count. There is no 6th boat, so thank you very much. But for the 5-boat races, they've not been putting anybody in lane 1, and here they did this time. So shame on me for not looking at the schedule a little bit better. It looks like North Georgia may be in the lead, if that's right. Yes, that is North Georgia. So North Georgia in the lead, and Virginia Tech out in lane 1 is in second place. So with the smaller programs, they don't row the 8s. So you've got there are more talented or skilled rowers in these small boats because they don't have to fill the 8s first. Most coaches will generally give priority to the 8s because that is the sort of glamorous race, not to discount any of the work that anybody else does. So the varsity 8 is generally the top boat. That's the one that you put all your top people in. But if you don't have any 8s, and Minnesota and the upper Midwest did this for a very long time, they only raced 4s. But they would go to the Dadvale Championships, and win most of the time, those 4s. Because they had guys that ended up going and rowing for the U.S. national team that would come out of those boats. They were hardcore. Plus that, they're in Minnesota. And it's winter up there, I think, like 9 or 10 months a year, so they really don't get that much time on the water. And when they do, it's on the Mississippi, which is, just a dangerous river anyway. North Georgia comfortably out in the lead with Georgia Tech following, about a length and a half open water behind. So here goes North Georgia approaching the finish line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once again, So there's North Georgia with the win. Georgia Tech second. Looks like Virginia here will cross third.
Mark! 2 more boats.
No, I take that back. That wasn't Virginia. That was Wash U. Virginia's coming up now.
Mark! 1 more boat.
So there's Virginia. And somewhere will be Duke. Okay, we've got the second heat of the men's pair
All boats across.
underway. 3 minutes 43 seconds in, so probably somewhere around the 1,000-meter mark. This is a 4-boat race. You can see all 4 of the boats right now. Jacksonville is in lane 4, and they are ahead of Clemson in lane 3. Over here on the left-hand side of the screen, they just disappeared, is Vanderbilt. And Rollins would have dropped off of the bottom right-hand side of the screen as we zoomed in on the leaders. So Jacksonville here and Clemson.
Okay, let's see what we got.
5.86. 5.93.
And I have 6.01. All right.
12.23.
1227.
1222, right?
1222 is the winner there. All right.
3248. 3245.
3256 and 3249. And what is the next race? Is the next race the men's again?
Yes.
Nice view here of the 2 lead boats from Jacksonville and Clemson. Jacksonville edging a little bit closer to the line than they probably should.
Yes, it shows it's active. I got it. All right, this should be.
But generally, as long as you keep your oars on your side of the line, you can't be called for a penalty. If your oars are over and the boat behind you can tell that, it won't be easy for the rowers to do that because they're not facing the right direction. But if this was a Cox boat, they might say something about it. The Jacksonville guys certainly are not going to report on themselves that they were not in the correct lane or that their oars were over the buoy line. This is danger, though, and I talked about this before. At the World Championships, the U.S. straight 4 were probably a little bit over the line, just like this. And one of the rowers took a stroke right by the buoy, and it ended up bringing the boat to a complete stop. Looks like Clemson's making a hard push right now, and they're putting their oars over the line too.
So you get a warning, you still get the rope. Because they did stop the first 100, that's what they're supposed to do.
All right, we have a 4-boat race approaching. Men's pair.
I'm switching to you, Aaron.
Jacksonville with about a length open water on Clemson. Clemson with many lengths open water on Rollins and Vanderbilt.
To the line.
Just coming up to the red buoys now. Last 250 meters of the race. Not sure what you can hear, but there's a lot of cheering going on from some of the teams that are lining up on the sides of the river, cheering their compatriots on. So there's Jacksonville crossing the line, and here comes Clemson. So that's 1-2. Both of those boats will advance directly to the A final. And then the fastest 2 times, besides the top 2 finishers in each, will round out the A final. The rest will be in the B final. So that concludes that event. We'll find out if we're going back to pick up that women's pair that still needs to row. That would be event 41.
All boats across.
So what will happen now is they will either start the 8s or 4s. Yeah. They'll either start the D finals of the 4s and the 8s, or they will try and squeeze that women's pair in. We'll let you know that as soon as we know it. Okay, it looks like we are now picking up that women's pair race that had to stop for a minute for some equipment breakage. From the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen here, we have Texas in lane 2. Now we're going from left to right. See these tricky guys? I'm telling you. Texas in lane 2. Back at the bottom of the screen there, that's Stetson. Virginia in lane 4 looks like to be the leader right now. William and Mary in lane 5, and Virginia Tech in lane 6.
That one doesn't mean anything. That's why. I mean, you only had a 4-boat race, right?
This is a 5-boat race. Virginia is solidly in the lead right now.
I had 741, right?
25,
52,
yeah, and then 39, okay.
and then 39, and that's the last.
So these Virginia women row for the Virginia Rowing Association, which is the men's program, not to be confused with the University of Virginia women's team.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats launched, 5 boats racing. They're about 2 minutes in.
Virginia opening up a good solid lead on the rest of the field with some open water on second place Texas. Texas in contact with, but well ahead of William and Mary. William and Mary in contact with, but well ahead of Virginia Tech. And Stetson just off your screen, off the bottom of the screen, in fifth place. So 2:33, we're right about the 500-meter mark. Yep, looks like we just crossed the 500-meter mark.
Event 203. And this is going to be women's pair.
So the winds are just slightly picking up here. We have light following conditions. You can see the water's a little more disturbed than it has been all day, even with all the coaching or the referees' launches and all the racing. This is a little bit more wind, but it's a light tailwind, and at the worst case, maybe a quartering light tailwind. Oh, see, that's interesting because right there it looks like a headwind. So maybe at the finish line, conditions are a little bit different than what's happening farther up the course there. Virginia with about half a length open water. Rowing comfortably. Virginia now with a lot more open water on Texas. And Texas with open water on William and Mary. Virginia Tech and Stetson pretty far back. A reminder for this, the top two would advance to the A final. And then the two fastest times after the top two in each of the two heats will round out the A final of 6 boats. William and Mary making a pretty solid move here on Texas. Looks like Texas will be able to hold them off. Virginia well out in front. Rolling up to the 500, Virginia well out in front. Looks like Texas was able to hold off William and Mary's moves. So unless William and Mary has something special in their tank here, this may be how things finish out. Of course, again, with the warning or caveat that anything can happen in these races, and sometimes does. So crossing through the 1,500 for the second and third place boats with the first place boat about 60 meters ahead.
That's novice.
Well, can
You
you
got a
tell
really
you?
old
So there's the Virginia ladies.
members in it.
How do you tell UGA from Tennessee? Quiz. Board 1.
Oh, and look who's leading.
Timers, clear your watches.
Looks like William and Mary's trying to push back into Texas again, making a last attempt to move up. They're in the red buoys. So this is the time to go, and it looks like they are trying. Virginia pretty much in cruise mode at this point. They have lots of time to see the other boats, make any responses they need to. So you'll be able to see Virginia crossing the line here momentarily. And it looks like Texas was able to hold off the last moves from William and Mary. So Texas will finish second. So Virginia crosses the line first. And here comes Texas.
These two are going to be closer.
Now Texas and William and Mary with about a length difference in between. A little puff of wind there. And this is definitely a tailwind now. From the rower's perspective, you'd much rather have a tailwind than a headwind. But the tailwinds can still play some tricks on you. But with the exception of the men's double finals at the end of the day, we have completed all of the small boats. So now we're moving on to the men's varsity 4. And the D final of the men's varsity 4 was scratched. That was scheduled to start at 2:30. So we picked up some time there, and now we're into the C final or the D final of the men's varsity 8, which is 2 boats. At least on my schedule it is. Hopefully that's true. So the D final, the men's varsity 8 is underway, 2 minutes and 40 seconds in. So they should be across probably the 600 or 700 meter mark. NC State will be on your right, and Tulane will be on your left. And Tulane right now has about a half a length lead, maybe 3/4 of a length lead on NC State. So as you're looking at these 2 boats here, on the left is Tulane. On the right is NC State.
All right, so if I don't get mine done.
So 36 strokes a minute for Tulane. And 35 strokes a minute for NC State. Through the 1,000 meter mark, Tulane up about a length and change.
All boats across. Okay, you want to give me order finish?
4, 2, 5, 6, 3.
Good.
Light following conditions is what we call this tailwind. And you can see the water is starting to be a little bit more disturbed. But, you know, once again, we'll take the tailwinds.
1452. Next. 103.29. Next. 24893. All right, 24985.
And now at the 1,500 meter mark, Tulane has about a length open on NC State.
Yep. All right.
Starting to move away.
All right, so I'm declaring that official.
The semifinals of the men's varsity 8 are still to come. Those will be the second to last event of the day. These are the boats that did not qualify for the semifinals.
A two-boat race. It looks like Tulane, okay, I think we're good. And we have boats approaching. Two-boat race.
Should be coming into the red buoys in a stroke or two.
Hey,
There's the red buoys.
your watches, eyes to the line, two-boat race coming.
And easing on up to the finish. The men from the Big Easy. And Tulane wins the D final, followed by NC State in 3, 2, 1.
All boats across.
So there's the D final of the men's 8. Next up will be the C final of the men's novice 4. It's a two-boat race again. It is on the water, 145 in. We're making up a little bit of time here. This race was scheduled to start at 14:45, and it's now 14:51, and we're 2 minutes in, so we're getting there. Might be back on time by the time we get through another 4 or 5 events.
So let's get this time. Break down your split. 662.
So looking at the course from here, on the right-hand side, you have Tennessee. On the left-hand side, you have Georgia.
Miller, 700.7.
And there's an 8 heading up to the, getting across the course. They can head up to the warm-up area that's above the starting line.
I'm going to declare it official. I'm going to move on to the one who has the miraculous medal number.
Could also see one of our drones there for a second.
All right, this is the one with Tennessee and UGA. All right.
So the old, you can actually get to it, get to the old schedule. So go to the old schedule. And now because the race is already done, it's like, oh, which one do I leave? So all
Tennessee with about a half-length lead right now on Georgia. Good view of the Bulldogs there, right in on top of the boat. Fatigue pretty obvious. Across the 1500, we've got Tennessee in the lead.
I thought I marked it official. If I didn't, yes, go ahead.
So about 45 strokes to go. Several lengths open water, Tennessee above Georgia. SEC grudge match.
Why am I not getting times? The Tennessee and UGA race, I'm not getting any times.
Where aren't you seeing times?
Yeah, it's as active. Why aren't I getting anything up here?
Aaron, switching to you. Aaron, you're up. Hi, you can head back to start.
It's active. Two men's like novice 8.
250.
No, that's 3. All right. We have two boats approaching the line. Timers, clear your watch.
We're into the red buoys now. Tennessee still with a pretty comfortable lead. A little splashy dashy. Might have had somebody almost catch a crab there. And here we have Tennessee crossing the line.
One boat left. All boats across.
You're on.
Okay. That takes care of the C final. Now we got the C final of the women's varsity 4 for the clubs. This is a 3-boat race. From right to left, we've got
Tennessee had about number 4.
Names are
Tennessee
down.
was first across, then UGA.
Yes, Tennessee, then UGA.
from right to left, we've got Purdue, then South Carolina in the middle, Northwestern State on the left. South Carolina now in the lead. This is the C final. The A and B semifinals will be happening later, and then the A and B finals will be happening tomorrow.
Okay, and now let's get a split.
Well, these are the folks that didn't qualify for the semifinals.
2-1. All right.
And South Carolina with a solid lead over Purdue. Purdue with a solid lead over Northwestern State from Natchitoches, Louisiana.
That's okay. All right, so I'm going to mark this official, Tennessee, then UGA. Official. And it's official, and now I'm going to move on to the active.
Y'all gonna be here
and this is
tomorrow,
Club Women's 4.
Me too.
There should be 3 boats.
Get to spend their whole weekend.
Oh, good.
South Carolina is still solidly in the lead. Purdue trailing. NC's or Northwestern State farther back.
Aaron, you're on. You're calling.
Crossing the 1,500 now. 500 meters to go. South Carolina with a 4-boat lead over Purdue, who has about the same lead over Northwestern State.
Good Pat, I'm switching to you. Pat, your life. Yeah, I know you do. Yours isn't quite that long. All right, Aaron, you're back up.
3-boat race approaching. Timers, clear your watches.
You can see South Carolina's stern here and Purdue's bow. We are into the red buoys.
That's for Tennessee, right?
Absolutely. Every time.
All right, I'm on finish camera. Aaron, go ahead and head back to start. Pat, please stay on the horse crew.
Approaching the line now, South Carolina. And they will win the C final. The women's varsity 4 club C final.
All right, I'm switching back to you, Pat. Pat, your life.
One more boat to cross, Northwestern State. See the names of the alumni who have probably donated those oars to the team. The teams rely on alumni to donate money for boats and oars and cox boxes and all sorts of things. Okay, so that rounds out the C final for the women's varsity 4 at the club level. Now we'll move to the semifinals for the women's varsity 4 at the club level. We have 2 6-boat races. First one is already on the water. Looks like they're definitely trying to make up some time.
Okay, let's see what we got. What did he say? 9, 5, 1.
Great shot on the front two. Just stay there.
So in the lead here, we have what looks like Auburn and Vanderbilt. Auburn being in front. Vanderbilt behind them in lane 2. Auburn is in lane 3. Also in this race in lane 1, Emory Lane 4, William and Mary. Lane 5, Liberty. And lane 6, Tennessee. This is the semifinal of the women's 4 at the club level. Top 2 will advance to the A final, along with the next 2 fastest times. And that would be the 2 fastest times after you take out the top 4 boats, or the top 2 from each of the 2 semifinals. So the 2 boats that are well out in the lead right now, Auburn and Vanderbilt, are very far ahead. They are approaching the red buoys. Oh, they're already there. Auburn looks like they've got this one sewn up as long as they can finish the race. They'll be followed by Vanderbilt, so those 2 boats will definitely advance to the A final tomorrow. So at the finish line, we'll have Auburn, followed by Vanderbilt. All right, based on the finish order of that race, I don't think I had the right boats in the right lanes as I was calling that one. So you saw how the finish order turned out. It was nothing like what I called. But I'll try and make sure I have the next one right. The next semifinal, though, for the women's varsity 4 club level is underway. It's been underway for about 4 minutes. And it looks like we are back on time. So well done to the starting bridge crew. It's hard to see what the lane number or the lane markers are on these boats with the sun shining on them. I believe that's lane 5, which would make that Duke. No, I think it's lane 6 now that I'm looking at it, so that may be Swan. Nope, it's not even that. Must have been a 3. I can give you the order from right to left. That would be Wake Forest in lane 1, Texas A&M in lane 2, Georgia Tech in lane 3, Baylor in lane 4, Duke in lane 5, Sewanee in lane 6. So going back to this, if my heat sheet is correct, that is Baylor in first place in lane 4.
We have 6 boats, so they're all visible.
Okay.
Oh, good view of Duke from above there.
All right, Aaron, I'm back on cue.
All right, 6-boat race. Timers, clear your watches. Eyes to the line.
Pat, switch it back on you. Pat, your life.
There's Baylor.
There are going to be some close together, so be prepared.
All right. Aaron, you are live. Pat, go ahead and loop back to the start.
Referees on the water, referees on the water. Okay, I need to know who took race number 41.
No, Duke will head to the finish line first in lane 5. Followed by Baylor. And Sewanee.
Next two are going to be close.
And Georgia Tech.
One more boat.
Followed by Texas A&M. And then here comes Wake Forest. All right, that takes care of the semifinals for the women's varsity 4 club level. Now we'll go to the men's novice 4. This is a 6-boat race. It's already 3 minutes and 20 seconds in. From right to left, we've got Purdue in lane 1, Alabama in lane 2, Vanderbilt in lane 3, Purdue B in lane 4, Tulane in lane 5, and Notre Dame in lane 6. Looks like Vanderbilt is out in the pretty comfortable lead so far. Notre Dame's in second, out in lane 6 over on the left-hand side. Tulane's might be in third, Purdue B in fourth. Purdue A in fifth, and Alabama in sixth. Nice overhead shot of the Vanderbilt men. Through the 1,500-meter mark. So that Vanderbilt way out in front. Looks like Purdue B may be trying to edge into second place, but I think right now second place is still Notre Dame. Tulane in between them is hanging with them. Then Alabama and Purdue A over on the far bank, bringing up the back of the field.
All right, we have a 6-boat race coming. They are men's novice 4s. Timers, clear your watches. Eyes to the line.
Vanderbilt way out in front now. Many lengths open on the rest of the field. Notre Dame solidly in second ahead of Purdue B and Tulane. Purdue B might just be starting to edge out Tulane. Well, the top two out of that will head to the A final, and then the next two fastest times after we get the top two from
Mark! One more.
So there's your unofficial finish order. Vanderbilt, Notre Dame, Tulane, Purdue B, Alabama, and here comes Purdue A.
All boats across.
Alright, Pat, you're up.
Order.
Next up is the second semifinal for the men's novice 4. It is already underway, about 2 minutes. From right to left, you have NC State, Fordham, Jacksonville, Texas, Embry-Riddle, and Texas A&M. Field's already pretty spread out. Looks like Jacksonville. Take that back. It looks like Texas is in the lead. Texas in lane 4. Right there with them are Texas A&M. Nope, that's not correct. That would be Jacksonville and Embry-Riddle.
No, it had to be Ambry Beer sitting here.
There's Jacksonville. I had lost Texas A&M in the shadows back there. They're dark unisuits, dark boat.
Referee who just gave the time, identify yourself, please.
Is that Marjorie?
Alright, switching. Aaron, stay. Go.
Marjorie. Okay.
Aaron, I'm switching to you. Aaron, you're live.
Okay, let's get some splits. Let me see.
Jacksonville and Embry-Riddle in the lead, well ahead of the other crews. Top two advance directly to the A final. And then the next two fastest times. This looks like a pretty fast heat. Embry-Riddle making a hard press here on Jacksonville. Texas has dropped back from between the two of them, so this is really a race between Jacksonville and Embry-Riddle right now. Interstate rivalries in Florida between Jacksonville and Embry-Riddle. Jacksonville able to hold off the charges from Embry-Riddle, doing an excellent job. Solid rowing there.
Aaron, stay next to them. When they switch back. Alright, Aaron, you are back up.
The race is at
You gotta close up when you're over. You're 5 minutes in.
1500.
Now Embry-Riddle making another solid move here, just past 1,000.
What's coming should be, I signed up that as official. Let me go to the next. Active men's novice tours, and there are 6 boats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you. Pat, you are going live.
Yeah, paddle together.
You are
Kind
live.
of rowing.
They stuck? The motor's out? Oh, yikes.
They're tired.
We're good. They're gonna make it.
Alright, Aaron, you are live.
Keep going.
There's your 1,500 meter mark. Jacksonville is still of about 2/3 of a length on Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle's still holding a good charge there.
Straight across. Row straight across. Towards us.
Oh, they're stuck. I was like,
Are they stuck on the line? All right.
here you go.
She called it, yeah.
I got what yeah, but there's a race.
Yeah, I know. That's not good.
Now Jacksonville is starting to move away.
All right, what lane are they in? Lane 5?
They're in lane.
Top two still advanced directly to the A final. Winner will be in the center of the lineup. So the winner of
Okay, race that's
winner of
just
each
passing,
heat here
coming to
be in
the
lane
finish.
3,
We
and the
have
second
a
place probably in
launch
lane 4.
stuck in lane 5.
I'm sorry. Winners will be in lane 3 and 4. Second places will
Lane
be
6, make sure
in
that
lanes
you can
2 and 5.
direct your crew if necessary.
Pat, go find the launch that's stuck in lane 5 or 6.
Into the red buoys.
All right. Timers, clear your watches. Eyes to the line. All right.
I think it's near the finish line.
We've got an officials launch stuck right in the middle of the course, about 70 meters from the finish line.
All boats across. Do we have another race coming?
Yes, they're already in the water.
There, be advised that there is a launch stuck in lane 6 at the finish line. Launch stuck in lane 6 at the finish line. race that's coming down. The men's 8 and second novice.
Well, this is the first time I've
stop.
seen this where we actually have to have a race be stopped because right now we've got 2 of the referees' launches that are stuck.
Direct lane 5 over to lane 6. Direct lane 5 to lane 6.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's
Stopping the race. They're stopping the race.
Bob, the chase referee, if we know who they are, call that person directly the race.
The siren's going off.
Copy that. Now, those of you that are saying you are stuck, give a specific location.
They shouldn't have started that race when they heard me say that it was stuck.
Race was already underway. So you can see there the one referee's boat that's stuck. When we talk about impeding your way to the finish line,
And then we have a stopped boat. Because she heard the siren or they heard the siren. All right, no flags on this. No flags.
well, hard to say what's going to happen on this one.
Well, it's let's write down the times.
So in that race, we had High Point, North Carolina, Alabama, Purdue,
Let's just
Rollins, and Virginia.
splits.
One of the boats ended up stopping, I think.
Your stopwatch running.
Obstacle sensing unavailable. Fly with caution.
1412.
Here's the referee on the last race that was stopped and just advised to start when the course is clear.
And it sounds like they're going to pause the starts of the racing now until they get the course cleared off. They've got 2 referees' launches.
Stop, we're under 2 minutes.
All right.
Okay, so I had 1412, then I had 2412.
No. Okay. Don't think so. Did you get an order so far? Or what have you-
So after they got the racing caught back up, now we're going to be delayed a little bit here while they fix the blockage.
All right. Does anybody have Sam
So stand by for a few minutes and we'll try and get a handle on what's going to happen with the race that just went down the course. And then we'll also, once we get that cleared, we'll be able to restart the racing at the other end. So we still have a heat of the men's novice 8 and second novice 8 to race.
Sam Dempsey, 336.
But it's unsure what would happen with this other heat. It probably should be re-rowed, but this is a complicated situation. So stand by. We'll let you know what's going to happen. Once again, we're on a hold while they try and clear
You said yes.
2 referees' launches from the course. There's one that got fouled on the lane lines, about 70 meters from the finish line, somewhere between lane 5 and lane 6. And then another referee's launch got fouled trying to get that launch cleared. So at one point there were 3 referees' launches out there blocking the course. They attempted to stop the race. Only one boat stopped. Several teams had to change lanes. I think you can make the argument that all of them had stopped the racing, or they had lost their competitive edge, or whatever the official language is for that in the U.S. In the United States rowing rules. So hard to say how they're going to mitigate this. I will not comment on what I think should happen, because that's probably not my place to do that. But they're certainly going to have to get something figured out. But we're looking at a very high overhead view of the second semifinal for the men's novice 8 and second novice 8. We're presently on hold until they get these launches unfouled. So stand by. We'll be back with you momentarily. Okay, we're back underway. 37 seconds, 38 seconds in. We have the second semifinal for the men's novice 8 and second novice 8. From left to right, Virginia Tech in lane 1, Georgia Tech in lane 2.
The men's novice 8.
Purdue in lane 3, Virginia in lane 4, Fordham in lane 5, and Georgia in lane 6. So that would be the Purdue B boat hanging with the Virginia A boat, I believe.
We're staying out of that because we don't have to do it.
The Purdue A boat had been in that mess that was in the previous heat. So there's a good look at the Virginia novice, first novice 8.
All right, do we have that we're about a minute and a half into event 1534, number 55? Yes. All right, so we are at the 1534. 1534 is our next. That's on the on the water right now, and it is a 6-boat.
35 strokes a minute for Virginia out in the front, followed by Purdue B. Hard to tell from here, but I believe that the third place crew is Georgia Tech over in lane 2. Fourth place could be Fordham, and then Georgia in 5th. And then lane 1, Virginia Tech is in 6th. Thirty-four and a half strokes a minute for Purdue B.
All right, Aaron, you are now up.
35 strokes a minute still for Virginia, looking very solid there in the lead with Purdue B just crossing the 1,000. Virginia was about a boat length and a half ahead, crossing the 1,000. So we're halfway through this race. Virginia's first novice looking very solid.
All right, I'm switching to Pat for the
There's the Boilermakers from Purdue.
Aaron, that is great. I'm switching to you. Aaron, you are live.
That gives you a good idea of the spread between the boats here. So Virginia A and Purdue B solidly out in front of everybody else. Now at the 1,500 meter mark as Virginia's bow crosses over.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Still 35 strokes a minute for the Who's. Heading up to the red buoys, the last 250 meters of the race. Virginia looking very good here. Purdue B also looking good. Top two advance to the A final.
Boat race approaching. Timers, clear your watches. Eyes to the line.
Oh, I refreshed the full schedule page and the full
Hot, good.
results
Do
page,
not like
and it
that.
now
If
shows the
it's
malt
hot
team.
situation.
I turned them off. You didn't. You
Hot,
shut
you're
that
live.
public. Okay, well, so
Now we got to look at the rest of the field. Looks like Fordham right now is in third place. Georgia Tech might be in fourth place. And Virginia Tech and Georgia on the outside, pretty far back. So there's Virginia crossing the line in first place. That's Virginia A. And here comes Purdue B. Next up, we should see Fordham. And then Georgia Tech.
2 more boats.
And now comes Georgia.
1 more boat to come.
And then Virginia Tech ought to be appearing here momentarily. And here comes Virginia Tech. Okay, we'll move on to the men's second varsity 8 semifinals. This is a 7-boat race. And from right to left here, we've got Clemson, Purdue's 3V, North Carolina, Purdue's JV, Notre Dame, FIT, and Georgia Tech. So 7-boat race, big time fun in the 8s. I believe that is Purdue, their second varsity boat in the lead. So if that's the case, then Notre Dame is in second place. North Carolina and FIT are trying to figure out who's in third. Right now it looks like North Carolina.
Aaron, when they come across
Let's see what we got for splits.
3 in a row.
Yeah, go ahead, Jen.
12.92.
No, I take that back. That might be Purdue's 3V. North Carolina is in between those two lanes.
Okay, so 12 points.
But Purdue's JV boat out in front.
25.75. 2588.
They got 2.75.
Good depth with the Purdue program. 35 strokes a minute.
3007.
3009, I am 19, we'll let it stand. And next,
41.10.
It's a fast race. Tomorrow's final should be a barn burner when we add Jacksonville and Virginia and Embry-Riddle. Through the 1,000.
14160, and that's basically the strikers down. All right, I don't think there were any issues with that. Correct? We're moving back into our groove.
Notre Dame and Purdue's 3V duking it out, but it looks like Notre Dame has pulled ahead now. FIT is now pulling ahead of Purdue's 3V. Good race happening here, though. Certainly lots of time left on the course, probably 850 meters to go. A lot of things can happen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 7.
Pat, can you get
And now Purdue might be making a charge again. This is the time that when I was rowing, my coach, Kevin Sauer, said you had to have some things that you just said in your head that you just said, no way this is happening. And you dig down and you find a little bit extra. Not always easy to do, especially when you're already, basically at everything you've got at the outset. But Notre Dame charging after the Purdue JV boat that's leading this race. Purdue 3V slipping back just a little bit. So right now it's Purdue's JV boat, Notre Dame, and FIT. But Purdue's 3V is not out of it. They are battling back in. And we're crossing the 1,500. Purdue 3V down about a third of a length on FIT. They're exchanging blows here.
All right, we have a 7-boat race coming.
Notre Dame looking like they're starting to flag just a little bit. Still solid, though. Still well in the control of second place. Notre Dame at a 39 and a half. So that's hauling, but they are in the last bit of this race. And it looks like Purdue's 3V might have just edged FIT. We'll see how it looks when we get to the finish line. Now FIT is moving back. They're exchanging blows here still. FIT at a 37 and a half. And Purdue's 3V also at a 37 and a half. But here comes Purdue's JV. Rowing across, well ahead of the rest of the field. Looks like Purdue's 3V has pulled ahead of FIT. They broke them there. Notre Dame will comfortably take second. Oh, here comes FIT again, making a big charge. Who's it going to be? And FIT just edges ahead of Purdue's 3V. Wow.
We have one more. We have more boats coming.
That'll be a photo finish you want to go check out on here now. It was pretty clear, but the photo finish pictures are fun to look at. Finishing out the field, we have Georgia Tech, the near boat, and Clemson in the far boat as they finish. So that is the end of our 7-boat final, or semifinal. So we'll move to the next 7-boat semifinal for the same event, the men's second varsity 8, which is underway. And we've got, again, 7 boats reading from right to left. Georgia in lane 1, Stetson in 2, Jacksonville in 3, Virginia in 4, Embry-Riddle in 5, Alabama in 6, and Virginia Tech in 7. Looks like a tight race right now between Jacksonville and Virginia. Let's get some stroke rates on those crews and see how they look.
White flagger. Okay, let's get some splits.
Jacksonville's at a 37.
1362. I have 1354.
1354 I have, but they have 6. Okay, next.
And Virginia is also at a 37, so they are pushing each other pretty hard.
1740 and they have 1744. All right, next.
1769.
1816.
Anybody's race there at this point. In third place is Embry Riddle. Pretty solidly in third right now, ahead of Stetson. In fourth. Then Alabama in fifth. Georgia in sixth. And Virginia Tech in seventh. Virginia might just be edging ahead as they cross through the 1,000. They're going stroke for stroke here. But each bow ball takes turns being in front. Both these boats are having to lay it down pretty hard. This is a great race developing here. Slight edge now to Virginia, about half a deck. Virginia to 37 and a half.
Is a 7-boat race.
Jacksonville now at a 35. Still a 37 for Virginia. Jacksonville now down about half a length on Virginia. Virginia keeps trying to pull away with each stroke.
That's great. Keep that overhead.
And it looks like they're now about 6 seats up.
Referees on the water. Referees on the water. I need to know which referee came in to the 327 men's novice tape and still followed lane 1. Yes. Which referee
All right, we have a 7-boat race approaching.
Virginia now basically in control as they roll up to the last 400 meters or so.
Aaron, I'm switching back to you.
If Jacksonville is going to go, they're going to have to go now. Looks like they've lost a little bit of sharpness there. Virginia is holding the sharpness very well. Good swing in that boat.
Okay. Timers clear your watches. Eyes to the line.
The Virginia coxswain can look over and tell his rowers
Race.
that or her rowers, that the Jacksonville bow ball has lost contact with the Virginia stern. The Virginia rowers can't see that, though, but coaches get a little antsy when the rowers look outside the boat. But if you have good peripheral vision, that is something you can see. Great view down the line there of the Virginia 8. They are in about the last 70, 80 meters. Virginia well in control. Unless something happens here, it's going to be Virginia's race. Very solid, good blade work as they cross the finish line. About a quarter of a length open water ahead of Jacksonville. Here comes Jacksonville. Now Embry Riddle. There's Embry Riddle. Now Stetson. Georgia up next. I apologize, that's not Georgia. That is Alabama. Now Georgia.
referees on the water. Referees on the water.
And then one more boat to come will be Virginia Tech. That's quite a ways back. So top 6 places are done. And here comes Virginia Tech. All right, so that takes care of the men's second varsity 8 event. We'll know who's rowing in the grand final and the petite final tomorrow, or the A final and the B final, depending on how you call that. So now we're to the women's open varsity 4s. Another 7-boat race. We have Stetson from right to left. Stetson in lane 1, Duquesne in lane 2. That's Duquesne B. Jacksonville B is in lane 3. Louisville is in lane 4. Jacksonville's A in lane 5. University of Tampa in lane 6, and Rollins B in lane 7. And right now it looks like Louisville strongly in the lead with open water on Jacksonville A and Jacksonville B. Jacksonville A will be on the starboard side, or the left side, as we're looking at it, of Louisville. We've got three heats of the women's varsity 4 open. 3 heats of the men's varsity 4. Yes, three heats of the men's varsity 4. And then we move to the varsity 8s for the men and the women. Conditions have held out fabulously for the day. Still pretty calm waters, fantastic. Louisville in charge here with Jacksonville A in second place and Jacksonville B in third place. Duquesne looking to be in about fourth place. Crossing through the 1,000. Stetson looks to be in fifth place. And Tampa and Rollins will be off your screen on the lower left-hand side. There's the Cardinals from Louisville.
Great, Aaron, I am switching back to you. Pat, go ahead, choosing your crew.
.33 strokes a minute for Louisville. .37 strokes a minute for Jacksonville A.
That's great, Pat. I am switching to you. Pat, you're up.
That's one of the Jacksonville boats, probably Jacksonville A.
Aaron, I'm switching to you. Can you get the other Jacksonville boat at
35.5 strokes a minute for Jacksonville B. Louisville continuing to pull away from both the Jacksonville boats. Progression from this one, top 2 boats advance directly to the A final. And then the next 3 fastest times from all of the 3 semifinals. So well into the last 500, approaching the red buoys, or the last 250 meters.
7-boat race.
We have Louisville solidly in first place. That gives you a good view of the house up on the hill that everybody always talks about. That should be my house. I have a good view of the river. So Louisville hanging on. Jacksonville A pressing just a little bit.
Okay, the race for
About 120 meters to go.
Pat, I'm going to you for just a second. Pat, you are live. All right, finish line camera on. Go ahead, restart.
And now the view at the finish line. And there's Louisville crossing the line first, followed by Jacksonville A and Jacksonville B. And I think we should see Duquesne here and Stetson. Then Tampa.
outside, inside.
And then Rollins.
All boats cross.
And we're in the second heat now of the Women's Varsity 4 Open. About halfway into it. From right to left, University of Tampa lightweights, Kansas State women in lane 2, Louisville B in lane 3, Duquesne in lane 4, Jacksonville C in lane 5, Rollins in lane 6, and Barry in lane 7. Kansas State out in front, pretty solidly in control here.
You're doing splits? What? All right, who was that? Sue. Well, what's the times? I got 5 and 0. All right, I have
Like yours is
splits, yeah.
frozen.
That's the wrong.
Now, Kansas is great rival, or Kansas State's great rival. Kansas used to come to this race also.
Okay, so are we ready for split?
They haven't for quite a while, but K-State's been here.
6-3-2. All right. Next. 15.29. 530. 1557. Boy, these are so smart. Or the next.
21.99.
202.
They put them together that.
Next.
K-State well out in front of the rest of the field. They're through the 1,000-meter mark.
2650.
Headed on down the road.
Go ahead, take that wider view, Pat, until
The 1,500-meter mark is coming up on the left. You can see the 2 8s that are sitting there, and the 1,500 signs are there.
I have 5084.
And they have 5076.
all right, Aaron's yours.
We'll say it's all okay.
And it's
Duquesne trying to make a solid move here on K-State. So the field has moved back up.
805.
Well, in a change of fortunes, it looks like the rest of the field has caught K-State or several lengths open on everybody. Duquesne has moved back up, and the rest of the field came with them. So Duquesne's actually in contact. I mean, K-State may have shut it down just a little too far, and everybody else kept going. If they got it fired back up right now, they can hold on and and still win the semifinal. But this is one of those times when you have the other crews that are keeping you honest. You can't just really coast into the final. People are going to want to keep you honest here, and it looks like Duquesne has done that. So Duquesne is in contact with K-State right now. Let's get a stroke rate on K-State. So they're at 38 and a half. 39 strokes a minute for Duquesne. So Duquesne is trying to sprint and really catch K-State. K-State probably had a little more room to go. So now Duquesne's probably looking a little scratchy. They started to not flail a little bit, but you can take the stroke rate up too high when you're not ready for it. But K-State wins it, but not by the sort of distance that they had when they were crossing the 1,000-meter mark. So that was actually kind of exciting there. Definitely a change in the fortunes for the teams.
I think we have another boat coming. Yes,
So K-State and Duquesne will advance directly. If Jacksonville C has a fast enough time, they could also be in the A final. Then Louisville B, Barry, Rollins, and Tampa Lights will round it out.
Are there any more?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Tampa Lights struggling a little bit, but they are making their way to the finish line. Next up, we have the men's varsity fours. That finishes up the last semifinal of the women's open varsity fours. Now we'll switch it off to the men. So the men's fours will go from right to left again. We've got Tennessee in lane 1, Liberty in lane 2, Embry-Riddle in lane 3, Texas in lane 4, Clemson in lane 5, Texas A&M in lane 6. If you remember, Texas had a pretty solid heat, and it looks like they are in the lead here. Clemson, though, hot on their heels, and so is Embry-Riddle. So we'll see how this shakes out. They're across the 500-meter mark, probably about 600, 650 in. So 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Looks like a good race happening so far. Also looks like the starting folks are working to get things back on time. This race started about 7 or 8 minutes late, which based on everything that happened with the officials' launch getting stuck, that's pretty good. So we may have things like back on time by the end. Even so, still lots of time before the bad weather comes in. Conditions are still just excellent here. Just some light following winds, maybe a quartering tail. Certainly nothing bad, nothing that anybody would really need to be concerned about. Temperature has creeped up to 83 degrees. We had a nice cool morning, and then it started to heat up, and the humidity came too. But nothing like the kind of humidity that you get down in Texas, so it's not too bad. It's pleasant. We're not in the sun. Mostly cloudy. So everything's going okay so far. Crossing through the 1,000, Texas solidly in the control here. But Clemson is hot on their heels, and Embry-Riddle is hot on Clemson's heels. So still a lot of time left to move, and you've seen some pretty crazy moves here throughout the day. So we know that it's possible that a boat can just get rowed through in the last 200, 300 meters. If Clemson stays in contact and they've got the juice, they can do it. Embry-Riddle can do the same thing. There's good speed in all those boats. They're all strong programs. Texas is the defending champion for this event, though, I believe. That may be correct. I could look that up, but I'm too lazy.
Alright, Aaron, switching out to you. Keep the leaders up.
Now it might be the time that Clemson might try to make that move. It looks like they are going just a little bit. Right now they're bow astern with Texas. Texas has the advantage. They can see it all happening. They can hold it off. Check some stroke rates. So 35 strokes a minute for Texas. .34 and a half strokes a minute for Clemson. But Texas starting to open up a little more distance between the two boats. Top two will advance to the A final. So Clemson just has to be in second place, and they will still advance to the Alpha final. Embry-Riddle has probably slipped far enough back now where it's going to be very hard for them to make a move. They would really have to pour it on.
Okay, we have a 6-boat race coming. Timers, clear your watches. Eyes to the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points spread out.
Watching the end of the first of three of the men's varsity 4 semifinals. 3 6-boat semis. Top two advance to the A final. Third and fourth place go to the Bravo final. And 5 and 6 go to the Charlie final. In the red buoys, Texas about 5 strokes from the line. And there's Texas crossing as the winner. Clemson solidly in second place, although Embry-Riddle did give them a run. So Embry-Riddle takes third and will head to the Bravo final. Here comes A&M. Liberty's up next. And then Tennessee.
One more boat.
This is Glenn at the 500. We've got a pontoon boat coming slowly down the course on the county side. They are hugging to the shore.
Alright, Pat, you
Looking at the radar, it does look like there are some lines of showers coming in. Hopefully we'll be able to get this wrapped up before those get here. Right now, looking at the lineup from right to left again. NC State is in the right-hand side in lane 1, Duke in lane 2, Virginia in lane 3, Vanderbilt in lane 4, Baylor in lane 5, and Purdue in lane 6. Virginia solidly up here along with Vanderbilt. Virginia about half a length lead over Vanderbilt. Right now those two are battling it out. About a little over halfway through this race. Just through the 1,000, I believe.
520. 543. This is good. Next. 778. They have 77. 753. Okay.
There's a better view. 35 and a half strokes a minute for the Virginia. 36 strokes a minute for Vandy. Vandy's starting to press here a little bit. We'll see if Virginia responds. 1,500 meter mark is done. Oh, Virginia's going to have to respond here, or Vandy's going to sneak past them. Oh, there's Vandy just slipping ahead. So, angle's a little bit funny here. Vandy's probably got almost half a length right now on Virginia.
Bye-bye. We're marking that race as official. Okay, so I'm going back to...
So 36 and a half strokes a minute for Vandy.
Unofficial. All right. Can you confirm your finish? You are live.
And 35 strokes a minute for Virginia.
All right. Is this a six-boat race coming? Yes. Looks like it to me.
We got Purdue in the top of your screen there.
Timers, clear your watches.
Vandy's definitely pulled ahead and is staying ahead of Virginia.
Just ignore that. Can you take that away, whatever it was?
Remember, top two advance to the Alpha Final. And Vanderbilt takes the win of the semifinal, followed by Virginia.
Four more boats.
Finish order then: Vanderbilt, Virginia. Baylor and Duke will head to the B final. Purdue and NC State will head to the C final. Here comes NC State. One more heat of the men's varsity 4 is underway. They are coming up to the 1,000-meter mark right now. Still making up time. The scheduled time of the start for this race was 16:23, and we are at 16:31 right now. So from right to left, in lane 1, South Carolina, lane 2, Jacksonville, lane 3, Colgate, lane 4, Fordham, lane 5, William & Mary, and lane 6, TCU.
Aaron, keep all those two lead crews. I'm gonna switch in just a second.
So from the looks of it, Fordham and Colgate are in the lead.
From the referee.
I have confirmed that. I am looking at lane 4 and lane 3. Lane 4, Fordham is in the lead, up about a quarter of a length on Colgate.
Get some splits.
647. We have 646.
You have 645 and they have 651. All right, next.
3348.
Colgate making a move here, though. We'll see. They can press ahead.
Okay, and next.
4356. I have 4350.
I have 49 and they have 50. Okay, next.
4772. I have 4770.
I have 65 and they have 59. Go figure.
Beautiful shot, but I'm leaving it.
12813. I have 12816.
I have 2-3 and they have 2-1. So we're going to call that one official. And you're just going to get
Up through the 1,500. Boats are neck and neck. And Colgate may have just snuck by Fordham. Tough to read on the angle,
and now I need to get to the act.
but I would say that Colgate has their bow ball ahead. So it's going to be a dogfight the rest of the way.
And we're in the 23 race, I think. That's the one that's active. 1623 and it's 43. I declared it official. We should have.
Colgate still has their bow ball just ahead of Fordham.
Is this the men's varsity pool?
Coming up to the
1626.
Boat race.
coming up to the last 250, hitting the red buoys here pretty soon. That's a great shot there. And Fordham is pressing. Colgate just able to stay slightly ahead. Now up about a deck.
Timer's clear. What?
Fordham may have broken on this one and may not be able to catch him. We'll see if they have, they can pull some crazy moves at the end. But now Colgate's up about 2/3 of a length on Fordham.
All right, we are switching.
Once again, first and second place will head to the Alpha Final. So both these boats will qualify for the Alpha Final. And there you go, Colgate wins. About 3/4 of a length up on Fordham.
Three more.
Pat, I am switching to you for the finish of this race.
So if anything, I think the winds have actually calmed a little bit. So as we finish this up, Jacksonville in third.
Next two of them come quickly.
And I think we got William and Mary there.
Inside, outside. All boats across.
TCU comes in fifth, and South Carolina will come in sixth. 1 to 2 go to the Alpha Final. 3 and 4 go to the Bravo Final. And 5 and 6 go to the Charlie Final. So now we're back to the women's eights. Semifinals of the women's eights open. We've already rode the clubs. There are 2 heats of this, or 2 semifinals of this. 2 of the men's varsity, 3 of the men's varsity 8. And then we'll row the finals of Oh, no, it would be the C final or the two semifinals for the men's doubles. I don't presently have lineups for those, but we'll hopefully get those before the race starts. All right, so the 8s are on the water. From right to left, we have Drake in lane 1, Dayton in lane 2, Kansas State in lane 3, Louisville in lane 4, Duquesne in lane 5, and Toledo in lane 6. Louisville in first place right now with open water on Duquesne. Duquesne up slightly on lane 3 and lane 2. So Kansas State is in lane 3 and third place, but hot on their heels is Dayton. Then you've got Toledo over on the right-hand side of the screen in fifth place, and in sixth place, Drake in the lane 1, which is now just off the bottom of your screen. Louisville in control. Very solid rowing on their part. 35 strokes a minute for Louisville. Close-up view of the Louisville ladies. So that is the Duquesne women. Easy to confuse with the Dayton women. They both wear D's on their uniforms or unisuits. And the colors are almost the same as well. Duquesne solidly in second place here, ahead of the field. But there are your leaders from Louisville. You'll note the bucket rig on the Louisville boat where 7 and 6 are on the same side. So it's a port rig boat. 8 seat, the stroke seat is port, and then you have 2 starboards in a row. Coaches do those things for a variety of reasons. Louisville way out in front right now. Probably 6 lengths open water on Duquesne. Duquesne's in second. Kansas State is in third, Dayton in fourth. Toledo in lane 6, and that's a new program, is up on lane 1, the Drake women. But Louisville now making their way to the finish line. About 6 strokes to go. Finishing strong. And there's Louisville. Good time for the Louisville ladies. 6:52, 3:92. Here comes Duquesne. So top 3 will advance to the Alpha final. And 4th, 5th, and 6th place will head to the Bravo final. And Drake finishing up. The next race is a 5-boat race, which will be the second semifinal for the women's varsity 8. And it should be underway. Okay, second 5-boat semifinal for the women's varsity 8. From right to left, we have Stetson in lane 2, Jacksonville in lane 3, Vanderbilt in lane 4, Purdue in lane 5, and Rollins in lane 6. Right now, it looks like Jacksonville is in the lead with Stetson and Purdue and Vanderbilt all in the chase. Rollins out in lane 6, a little bit farther behind the pack than the rest. From this angle, it looks like Stetson and Jacksonville are leading right now, with Jacksonville maybe just edging out ahead of them. Purdue in 3rd place. There's a better view. Yeah, so there you go. Jacksonville in first, about 2/3 of a length up on Stetson. Purdue is fighting their way back through Stetson. Vanderbilt a little bit behind them. And Rollins a little bit farther behind the rest of the field. So Purdue's in this. They've just got to get first or second. Actually, it's 1 through 3 go to the A final. So top 3 places will advance, but Vanderbilt's going to have something to say about that. They're going to want to be in that A final. But Purdue making a nice solid move. They're moving into 2nd place. So that's great. Good for the Purdue ladies. I believe Stetson will want that back, so we should see a big move here from Stetson. 36.5 strokes a minute for the Purdue ladies. Jacksonville at a 37. Crossing through the 1,000, Purdue's making a strong move. They're going after Jacksonville. Vandy's going to have to hang on to him, and Stetson too, if they want to stay in this. So it's going to be a battle, it looks like right now, between Stetson and Vandy for the last of the top three places. But we still got about 750, 800 meters to go. Purdue separating themselves from the other two boats, staying in contact with the Jacksonville boat. So Purdue could come up with something crazy and make some big moves at the end here. We'll see how they do. 36 strokes a minute for the Purdue ladies. And 37 strokes a minute for Jacksonville. Jacksonville's in a pretty good position here. They can respond to a lot of things at this point. They are overstroking the Boilermakers by just one beat. But it looks like they've got enough to keep that going. Vandy still in the hunt, but it's going to be tough for them. We should be rolling up just about to the 1,500 meter mark. You should see that come into view off the right-hand side of the screen momentarily. So at 1,500 meters, Jacksonville just opened up a little open water on Purdue. Purdue still solidly ahead by about 8 seats on Vanderbilt. So Vanderbilt's starting to push back up. So they've taken about half a length back on Purdue. Purdue's going to have to respond. Who did the harder work in winter training? We're going to find out. So Jacksonville now moving open water, well open water on Purdue. Purdue's in a battle, though. Purdue and Vandy, who's going to be second? Both of those spots will advance, but you want to be closer to the center of the field. Stetson's now fallen back. Purdue with still about half a length lead on Vandy. We're in the red buoy, so we're going to find out. Vanderbilt's certainly on the press here. They may pull this off. Yeah, it looks like they could do it. Purdue's got to have a little extra. They just got another seat back. Purdue got another seat back. Now they're up 2 seats. So it looks like Purdue will hang on for second. Vanderbilt takes third. And now Stetson will cross. And here comes Rollins. That takes care of the women's varsity 8. So we've set the places for the A final and the B final tomorrow. Now we'll move to the men's varsity 8. Men's varsity 8, we've got 3 semifinals, Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. 1 and 2 in each race will go to the A final. 3 and 4 to the Bravo final. And 5 and 6 will go to the C final. 3 6-boat semifinals. Got our drone pilot buzzing the boats as they go back up to the starting line. And it looks like we don't have a start yet on the men's 8. They are still in the stake boats. Over to the right, you can see where the practice area is. It goes pretty far upstream past that bridge that's on the right there, the railroad bridge. Okay, no start yet. We don't even have everybody sitting ready. The oars are all kind of all over the place. All right, now it looks like they're in alignment. They have all the oars at the starting positions. So we should be able to actually see a start here, which will be exciting. So look for a few short strokes and then the full-length strokes. 3/4, half, 3/4. Now almost full, and they are up to full speed. And let's get a quick rate on the lead boat. 48 strokes a minute on lane 5. So we're going from left to right here. Rollins is in lane 1, Georgia Tech in 2, Fordham in 3, Virginia in 4, Embry-Riddle in 5, and Virginia Tech in 6. So you watch Embry-Riddle come out, try and get a fast start in. And now Virginia has held them off on that fast start and rode through them. So we're in the second 20 after the race starts. And they should be at basically the rate that they want to settle to. Virginia right now at a 37. And Embry-Riddle at a 38.5. So Embry-Riddle is going to keep trying to run this thing. Virginia's a very strong crew, though. And they're going to start shaving the distance, trying to pull ahead of Embry-Riddle. But Embry-Riddle is going to try and go with them. Embry-Riddle wants to race. So does Fordham. Fordham is right in there, too. Top 2 advance, so it's important that you end up in the top 2. You're going to have a lot of competition here. I don't think Virginia's going to have an easy time of this, because there's some good speed here in the top 3 or 4 boats of this race. But if Virginia can get themselves in the driver's seat, get up about half or 3/4 of a length on Embry-Riddle, then they can watch and respond as Embry-Riddle continues to make their moves. Right now, though, Embry-Riddle is definitely hunting, trying to get their bow ahead. Fordham doing the same. So they've got all night to recover from this. They won't row the finals until nearly noon tomorrow, so they've almost got 18 hours. Plenty of time to recover from a barn burner of a heat or a semifinal. So right now, Virginia at the 500 or the 1,000-meter mark has about 3/4 of a length up on Embry-Riddle. Good fast race here. Fordham's fallen back a little bit. So it's Virginia and Embry-Riddle so far. Let's check some stroke rates. .36.5 for the Virginia. And 37 for Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle's trying to push back again. Trying to make a move here with about 700 meters to go. Should see the 1,500-meter mark come into view here off the right-hand side of the screen momentarily. Solid rowing from both these schools. Good programs. A lot of big fellas in that Embry-Riddle boat. That's a big crew. They have pushed themselves back to where they're only about 1/4 of a length down on Virginia. Virginia's going to have to do the work to hold them off. Virginia 37.5, still staying pretty cool out there. We'll see if Embry-Riddle can respond again and try and push back through. So 38.5 now for Embry-Riddle. We're in the red buoy, so if the sprint's coming, it's probably happening now. And we'll see if it's going to be enough. Looks like Virginia might be going. So now they're up about 6 seats. $37.5 for Virginia. And here at the finish line, it'll be Virginia by almost a length over Embry-Riddle. So those two will advance to the Alpha Final. And Fordham and Georgia Tech to the Bravo Final. Good race here happening for 5th. Virginia Tech might have just nipped ahead here on Rollins. Yes, they did. So nice work by Virginia Tech.
Inside, outside. All boats across.
Don't think this one was started either. When is this one supposed to start? And then the second one's supposed to be?
Still running a little slow. The second varsity men's heat or semifinal has not started yet.
This one hasn't started yet. This one hasn't started. Yeah, we're at the launch of like getting everybody. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Now, if you can see what lane 4 and lane 3 are doing, 2 has handed their oar up to 3, and so what they're doing is called sculling the boat around. So you can move the bow. This is how the coxswains get their points without pulling yourself free of the stake boat. You're not applying any reverse pressure on the pin. You're just kind of pushing the bow of the boat one direction or the other. So you'll have 3 take 2's oar, or 2 take bow's oar, and they'll push it around like that. So in lane 2's case, because it's a starboard rig boat, means a starboard stroke, you've got 2 with bow's oar pushing the bow over. Same thing's happening in lane 1. So from left to right here, we've got Florida in lane 1, Alabama in 2, Stetson in 3, Purdue in 4, Notre Dame in 5, and North Carolina in 6. Still sculling happening to get the boats lined up. We don't see all of the oars in the ready position yet. Still got people kind of sitting all over the place. As soon as you see the boats have all the oars snap to the same angle, you'll know that they're getting ready to start. Right now, North Carolina is pointing God only knows where. So they've got to get their bow moved back around. The coxswains will have their hands up in the air. And if the coxswains' hands are in the air, they are not supposed to start the race unless they go to a countdown start. And if they do a countdown start, they will not recognize hands. They're just going to say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, attention, go. And there we are, we're underway. So you can see how the start goes for these teams. Purdue and Stetson stepping out in front of the rest of the pack. So lane 3 Stetson, lane 4 Purdue moving out ahead of everyone else. Notre Dame and Alabama, though, still in the hunt. North Carolina is still in the hunt, too. Purdue starting to separate themselves from Stetson. Got about a three-seat lead on Stetson. So we'll see if Purdue has the same sort of race that Virginia had in the just previous one.
Top
38 strokes a minute for Purdue. 40 strokes a minute for Stetson. And 38.5 strokes a minute for Notre Dame. So interestingly, and that's if my stroke counts are correct, because there was a little halting in the video there, but I'll take another one real quick. So 37 strokes a minute for Purdue still. They're able now to pull away from Stetson and Notre Dame. Stetson up on Notre Dame by about a quarter of a length. .39 strokes a minute for Stetson. This may be a place where those two teams are trying to do this with stroke rate and hang in there, but Purdue has a lot of power. And looks like they're pretty fit, so they are able to row through the 1,000 now. Pretty good time, but again, light following conditions. So through the 1,000, just under 3 minutes. and open water on Stetson and Notre Dame. Stetson and Notre Dame are going to be fighting this one out the rest of the way down. Remember, again, only 2 advance to the Alpha Final. So it's going to be between those 2 boats. Notre Dame pressing ahead again. Purdue out with a comfortable lead at this point. 37 strokes a minute from Purdue, looking very solid. Notre Dame at a 38.5. And 39.5 for Stetson. So at this point in the season, those high stroke rates are probably not sustainable.
Battery
Got some
level.
solid beard work going on there in the Boilermaker boat. Purdue now up to about a length of open water lead on Notre Dame. They're through the 1,500, so 500 meters to go. There are the Irish.
Varsity 8s. Timers clear your watches. And eyes to the line.
Give me 1 second. I'll zoom in, and I want to pull you and just do Aaron. Alright, that is perfect. Aaron, you are live, hot. That's fun.
A little puff of wind there. Purdue now with about a length and a half open on Notre Dame. Cruising in. Still at a 37. Notre Dame now has moved away from Stetson. UNC trying to grab hold of 4th place. Looks like they may have just pulled it off. So they just snuck ahead of Alabama. Alabama in 5th. And Florida and Alabama will head to the Charlie final. NC and Stetson will head to the Bravo final. One more of these to go.
Okay. And I'm going to leave it on the...
And we might get a little splash of rain here. You can see the mountains in the distance. Starting to get grayed in a little bit. Radar did show that there were some lines of weather moving toward us. So maybe it came a little earlier than we thought it was going to. But right now, everything is moving from southwest to northeast as the line slowly translates. We might make it out of here before we get wet. But there's definitely some business going on out in the distance out there.
If it starts raining, do you want me to pull the 25.6 camera in?
Next.
33.26. 3333. J306. 3323. Okay.
Great view up to the starting line again. All the boats are in the stake boats. Still haven't gotten the races started. Well, they have actually caught up, so they are looking to start this race on time. So the scheduled time start for this race was 17:13.
Max
And
altitude
it is
reached.
17:11, so they're waiting. Well done again to the start bridge team. Able to get the regatta back on time after some hiccups here and there. With the wind puffing around a little bit, a little tougher for the coxswains to keep the boats pointed. And they're off. So started a minute early. From left to right, we have Wash U, Clemson, Florida Tech, Colgate, Jacksonville, and Georgia. So Colgate and Florida Tech and Jacksonville all moving themselves away. Strong starts there. Clemson's going with them. But I would say my money is on FIT, Colgate, and Jacksonville. We'll see how it shakes out at the 500-meter mark.
All right, so upcoming is a 6-boat race. The last heat of the men's varsity 8s.
Same thing as last time. Pat, stay overhead. Aaron, from the side for any that are overlapping.
So where is the drone flying from?
There's one overhead of all boats, and then there's one waiting to get a side view of the 1,000.
Oh, I see Colgate start to separate themselves. Jacksonville in contact, going with them. Florida Tech, same. They can ride about half a length down on Colgate. Colgate expends himself to stay ahead. And then if Jacksonville and Florida Tech have a lot left in the tank, they can start making the big moves at the end of the race. We'll get some stroke rates for you. Video is a little bit there. I think Colgate might be at a 36. A little smoother there for Florida Tech. Florida Tech, I got it a 40 just now. And the second time, I got them at 39.5. So they are overstroking the other boats. But that's a typical thing that Florida Tech has done over the years.
Aaron, switching to you. Aaron, you go live. Keep the lead 3 in line. Pat. Yeah, I like that.
38 strokes a minute for Jacksonville. Jacksonville is starting to make a move here, coming into the 1,000-meter mark.
All right, I'm going to switch to you first.
Colgate's still in control. Florida Tech also trying to move up. Colgate could just be too strong on this. We'll see how it goes.
Aaron, you were live. Keep the same view.
It's going to be a good battle for second, though. Up here's Jacksonville starting to make a big move. Sitting up a little taller, hitting a little harder. They took 2 seats back, and then Colgate just responded and took those back. But that did get them up on Florida Tech just a little bit.
All right, I'm going to go to you, Pat, for just a moment. Pat,
So we should see the 500 meter mark here very soon, or the 1500 meter mark. Probably about 15 strokes, they'll cross the 1500.
All right, Aaron, I am back on you. Stay on that side.
Got it? Thank you. Bye. Okay, in event the 527 race, lane 1, Vanderbilt, no bow marker.
Perfect. Keep it. Yep, right there. Over the 2 liters. All right, Pat, you're live.
37 strokes a minute for Colgate.
Aaron, switching on to you. Through the 500.
Well, no, I set it up so I'm not stuck.
38 strokes a minute for Jacksonville.
Pat, can you go to zoom in on? Don't even have to ask you. Thank you.
Still 40 strokes a minute for Florida Tech.
All right, this is a 6-boat race coming.
Colgate in control.
Men's varsity 8s.
Pat, you are on the
We're in the last 500, rolling up to the red buoys. You can see some of the guys in the Colgate boat turning around to see where those red buoys are.
Hey, timers, clear your
Aaron,
watches.
you are live.
Eyes to the line. Some of these are going to come.
So now in the red buoys, 250 meters to go. Colgate with about a quarter of a length open on Jacksonville. Jacksonville about a third of a length up on Clemson, or on FIT, Florida Tech. Conditions still following, but starting to worsen just a little bit. Florida Tech trying to make a move on Jacksonville. Florida Tech can pull some crazy stuff with those high stroke rates at the end of the race. So there's Colgate, your winner. FIT tried to do it, and Jacksonville was able to hold them off. So Colgate and Jacksonville will advance to the A final. FIT and Clemson, I think that was Clemson there, will move to the Bravo final. Georgia and Wash U will head to the Charlie final. But that A final is going to be a barn burner tomorrow. Wow, that'll be a great race with Virginia, Purdue, Colgate, Jacksonville, Notre Dame. It'll be a fast one. A lot of fun.
And back to Aaron, rolling up to the start.
So now we've got the C final, the Charlie final of the men's double. And then we'll have the 2 semifinals where they'll set the A finals for tomorrow. So in this one, we've got in lane 3, Murray State. In lane 4, Tennessee. And in lane 5, Wash U.
All right, Gonzaga, 554.2. All right, splits.
Might actually be a bald eagle.
Yeah, we have some of them. There's a nest over on the far side past the big shark.
Very cool.
All right, I've got 488.
So it looks like we may be underway here This will be from right to left, Murray State in lane 3. Tennessee in lane 4. It looks like they are up on the other two boats, and then Wash U in lane 5.
So, and then what do you have for the last one? 47.04. I have 47116. Okay, I'd like you to copy these down. 4.88.
No names on the screen. You can center.
Another little puff of wind.
21.65.
Tennessee in the lead right now, men's double. This is the C final. So this is it for these boats. The two semifinals will set the Alpha and Bravo finals for tomorrow.
That's not a good one. Yeah, right. Scratch that one.
Tomorrow's racing, I think, starts at 8 o'clock. So we'll be back here then and wraps up sometime around 12:30, I believe.
That was, by the way, race 67. Just make a mark.
Murray State here holding on with Tennessee actually making a move. So from this perspective, Murray State is on the left and Tennessee is on the right. And Wash U will be off of the screen on the bottom right.
Haven't seen a glitch in a minute, so I think it's okay.
No, that's not. So we're not going. We don't want to delete the registration. We just want to delete the entry. That's just a ballast.
Oh, it's crazy here. The Tennessee unisuits almost look like they have longhorns on them. I don't know what that symbol is. It also kind of looked like a crab. So maybe that was intentional. There's Murray State.
They're going to be clustered when they come across you, Aaron, first and Gus.
I'm getting to that point where I feel like allergies are a thing, you know.
All right, we're in the red buoys, rolling up to the finish.
Timers, clear your watches. Eyes to the line.
Murray State's making a big move here on Tennessee. They pulled back within just about 2/3 of a length down. Oh, now Tennessee is responding. You can see the finish line from our drone view. Little more puff of a tailwind to help the guys finish.
All right, I'm on the finish camera.
And Tennessee wins the C final, followed by Murray State.
One more coming.
And WashU making their way.
Okay, there's 2 left. How far back is the other one? Okay.
Oh, little crab. Oh, and got to get it back together. And WashU will cross. All right. So it looks like the next one is underway already.
All right, what you got for finish?
We are live.
There might be a little sprinkle here.
So we've got a 6-boat race with Vandy in lane 1, so we're going from right to left. Clemson in lane 2, William and Mary in lane 3, Auburn lane 4, Virginia Tech in lane 5. Sorry, I missed one. Wake Forest is in lane 3. I'm writing these in on my heat sheet as I go, so had a little trouble. All right, then Auburn in lane 5 and Virginia Tech in lane 6.
Names are down.
And from the looks of it right now, Wake Forest is well out ahead of the field.
10 ultimate race coming up. 6 boats.
Or that's William and Mary. I can't see the bow number.
Aaron, focusing on 3-2.
Why do I have 6? Because we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I have Vanderbilt, Clemson, Wake Forest, William and Mary,
Auburn, Georgia Tech.
Auburn, Georgia Tech.
Virginia Tech.
Yes, I apologize.
All right, William and Mary, V Tech, and
I believe that is William and Mary,
Virginia Tech in 6.
and V Tech in 6.
but they are way out in front.
William and Mary.
They are in the 4th lane, so that should be William and Mary. And then right down here in front of us is Wake Forest. Clemson then in lane 2. Looks like they're in 2nd place. Field's pretty spread out here. Top 2 will go to the A final and the next 2 fastest times.
Aaron, I'm switching back to you. Just do your best to keep the top 2.
Oh, now through the 1,000? Or is that the 1,500? That's 1,500.
7th race where lane 1, Vanderbilt has no bow card. You know, Vandy Blades.
I had the same transposition issue. Come down.
William and Mary way out in front.
She's going to read them across for the last race. Yeah, that's good time.
Last race, 5, 3, 4,
A little more following wind here, tailwind.
Six-boat race entering the red buoys.
Wouldn't exactly say the water is rough, but it's not as smooth as it's been. So let's take a look at the radar and see what we're looking at. Yep, we'll just have enough time to get out of here, I think, and before the rain hits. But we will finish all the racing. That'll be good. There's your guys from Clemson, lane 2. William & Mary coming up to the finish line with about 6 lengths open water on Clemson. So William & Mary will take the first place. Now Clemson coming in.
Pat, there's a pretty big spread on this one if we can get the last 2. Pat, I'm switching to you. Pat, you are live. Finish.
We've got 3 more.
Pat, I'm switching to you. You are live.
We're going to get him. He's laying down.
Finish.
1 more.
Go ahead and loop back to the start. I just have
And our guys from Vandy now crossing the finish line, and that closes out this semifinal.
Last boat across. All boats across.
So we'll move up to the starting line for the next race, which looks like it still hasn't started yet. So we have North Georgia in lane 1, Emory in lane 2, UNC in lane 3, Texas in lane 4, Texas A&M in lane 5, and Virginia in lane 6. And yes, they are underway by about a minute. So right to left, North Georgia, Emory, UNC, Texas, Texas A&M, and UVA. Texas and Texas A&M are actually out in front. They're followed by UNC and then UVA. So I mentioned it before. The Texas and the Texas A&M folks do not like each other. That is a blood feud. So there's no love lost. And it's nice to have them rowing right next to each other. Texas has the lead, though, right now, about half a length up on the Aggies from A&M. Well, I got to say, across the table here, these spiders are coming out. I've had to kill 3 or 4 of them now, so if I get carried away, somebody will have to finish the broadcast. Texas and Texas A&M still well out in the lead on the rest of the field. Looks like Texas A&M is making a bit of a charge on the Longhorns. We'll see if we can get drone up there next to them.
Aaron, go ahead and catch the side view on both Texas crews when they pass you. Well, it's on a YouTube channel, so once it's no longer live, you can view the whole video on YouTube.
Great race going on here between the Aggies and the Longhorns.
It depends what route time I have it on.
But nobody asked you for the
Is that correct?
No, it doesn't save the drone footage, like everything. It saves whatever viewpoint I have it on.
What'll be great is these two teams will see each other again in the final, no matter who wins it. They will be racing each other in the final tomorrow, as long as they can both cross finish line in the whatever order they wind up in. But it looks like Texas A&M is pulled into the lead here. Texas will fight their way back. This is a grudge match with bragging rights. Now Texas is in the lead again.
Real time once it comes down. But we still want to keep that. I had time around. So you check all 3 boxes. Type in time. So gets you is if you look back at that box, it's going to
Aaron, switching back to you if you want to get zooms.
Oh, that gives you a better idea of where we are right now. Half a length lead or so. A&M making a move back in. See if they can get ahead again. Texas responding, took the 2 seats that A&M took back. Now through the 1500.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to you for just a second, Pat. You are live. Alright, and back to Aaron. Aaron, hold that same shot. Alright, hold it there, Pat. Pat, you are live. Alright, and I'm gonna hold it on Aaron now. Most likely to be
Well, the angles keep changing, but I also think the lead keeps changing. So it looks like Texas is just nudging ahead again, but A&M was ahead. They're in the red buoys. A&M just made another move, took another seat back.
Timers clear your watches. Eyes to the line.
Time to dig down, boys.
Alright, we're sticking to
Who wants it more?
it's too close. Pat, you'll have to go back.
Big increase in the stroke rate on the Texas boat, so it looks like Texas wants it more today. We'll see how tomorrow goes. And as we approach the finish line, close race though, great race all the way down. Those guys worked it. So Texas will take the win with about a deck length lead over the Aggies. And then the rest of the folks will be along here in a while. So it looks like we're set up for a good final tomorrow for this race. William and Mary and Texas A&M probably have similar speeds. And then Auburn, too, throw Clemson in. Should be a bit of a barn burner on that A final. That'll be exciting. Always great to watch good racing. Here comes UNC. And UVA. And then closed out by North Georgia. And Emory will bring up last place. All right, so there's North Georgia. And now Emory. And that concludes our racing for the day. So thank you all for paying attention. We've got some fans on the banks there, and you can see some of the tents. So thanks everybody for joining us today. We'll be back tomorrow with the finals for all the races. Racing starts at 8 o'clock Eastern time, I believe. Pay attention to here now for the actual schedule. So great having you today, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Have a good night.